Yeah, dictionaries are stupid and I hate them and I hate the position that they have in society. That is my hot take for today. Ignore all the politics, ignore all the religion that we've talked about. My hot take for this stream is that dictionaries are dumb. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How is it going today? How is it going today? Sorry, I started a little bit late because I was in meetings with Australia and they were super late. You just watched the Jar Jar video. What did you think of that? Because I've been getting mixed comments. Oops. I should probably change this so it's not on speaker. Thank you, William, for resubscribing. I really appreciate that. Somehow you're 2 months old in here. Yeah, I appreciate that. I think you've been here since the beginning, because I've only been allowed to have subscribers for the past 2 months or so. So it's great. Thanks, Chunks. I'm glad you appreciated that video. There's more hot takes coming. I will be honest, I'm starting to run out, so I may need to rewatch Star Wars to learn some new stuff. Yeah. I'm glad you like the emotes. I made them myself, and I wasn't sure how many like emotion emotes I should make, or if they should be more meme based or stuff like that. So I have a few emotions. Then I also have the brick separator and the mini kits and stuff like that. So that's one way to relate to Jar Jar for sure. For sure. Righty. So I think we can go ahead and get started with the story itself. Again, we are playing Attack of the Clones, which is my favorite Star Wars saga movie. Rogue One is my favorite Star Wars movie. Attack of the Clones is my favorite from the 9 movies. I'm not sure why, but it's always been my favorite ever since I was a kid. And for those of you who are just joining, yes, I have my blue milk in case I need to hydrate, but I also have hyperdrive fluid in case I need to hydrate with that. I couldn't get it in the lightsaber shaped bottle, but if you click on the reward, then it'll have a lightsaber shaped icon. Mm-hmm. He does say that's the reason. Misa clumsy, but they don't expand on that. And there was a comic. I don't remember where it came out, but it's just making the rounds on TikTok right now about more specifically why he was clumsy. And it's really, really sad. It involves his dad, who's named George R. Binks.
We made it.
I shouldn't have come back.
This vote is very important. Now come.
Yeah, I'll show it to you guys right now, real quick. Old man is back. So this is the comic. George R. Binks In the stormy southernmost seas of Naboo, Captain George R. Binks of the Binks and Son Whaling Company closes in on his prey. There she blows, ready the harpoons. So that's the premise of the story, and they get marooned on an island. And George and his wife, I forget her name, and Jar Jar, Jar Jar causes a lot of problems because he's clumsy. All right, welcome, Mama Pig. I'm glad you stopped in to say hi. The VODs will be on YouTube hopefully tomorrow, so you can catch up if you want to. But I'm just glad you stopped in, and I'm glad you got the reminders on TikTok as well. So here's the scene where he tries to unalive his son, stop by his wife. It's a very tragic story, the story of George R. Binks. I'm gonna see if I can find a full version of the comic. I've only seen the clips that were on TikTok. No, I haven't heard back from Lego yet. I gotta follow up on that. Check their job listings again and see if there's anything that I can actually apply for. Ooh, this is a nice Queen Amidala outfit. I'm digging this hairpiece. Go back to the game. All right. So I think this is one of the things they're just telling us to go to a taxi so we can start the mission.
You need to get across the planet? I'm your droid.
The Senate building.
There in no time.
Senator, we've heard about the explosion on the landing platform. It is a great relief to know that you are okay.
No, it's the Senate. I can just real quick.
Pew!
No.
Pew! 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 Pew!
Nope. Can't save the galaxy yet.
Senator Amidala, your tragedy on the landing platform. Terrible.
I think that Count Dooku was behind it.
Count Dooku was once a Jedi. He couldn't assassinate anyone.
Master Jedi, may I suggest that the Senator be placed under the protection of your graces? Perhaps someone you're familiar with.
Annie? My goodness, you've grown.
So have you. Grown more beautiful, I mean.
Well, now that everyone's been reacquainted, allow us to escort you to your quarters, Senator.
Thank you, Master Kenobi, but this seems unnecessary. I don't need more security. I need answers. I need to know who's trying to kill me.
We're here to protect you, Senator, not to start an investigation.
We will find out who's trying to kill you, Padme. I promise you.
We will not exceed our mandate, my young Padawan learner.
I meant it in the interest of protecting her master, of course.
Perhaps with merely your presence, the mystery surrounding this threat will be revealed.
I like how Obi-Wan is gung-ho about not starting an investigation. And then that's what he spends the rest of the movie doing.
Is it much farther, Master?
Is mine and Padme's company boring you already, my Padawan?
No, of course not, Master. I didn't mean...
We aren't far. My apartment is just up ahead. Here we are. Shall we?
Let's go. How are you guys all doing this afternoon, by the
Thank
way?
you for getting me here safely. Now, if you'll excuse me, I will retire.
It was a long day for me. A lot of meetings today. That's alright. That's part of life. Not bad. Bit late in the UK though. Isn't it like 2 a.m. in the UK? Oh no. Afternoon is 9 p.m. Sounds like a long day. Oh, congratulations! Oh, I'm not judging you. I'm just saying it's not late, it's early.
And be precise with your shots. There are civilians everywhere.
We'll stop her, Master. I promise.
Great. Well, if we could not crash before doing so, I'd greatly appreciate it.
Master, you need to relax. I'm a great pilot.
You've much to learn about many things, my young apprentice, and flying is certainly one of them.
Oops. I did. This is the Deluxe Edition. It's pretty much the same, but with a different box, and it comes with a slip of paper with a code so you can get Solo and Rogue One and Mando. But not even the stories, it's just the characters. I guess I misread the information. I thought it came with the stories as well. Yeah, definitely. A lot of the reviews are saying it's a really fast game, and it is. I'm already halfway through. So hopefully it's not as fast of a game for you. Plus, there's a lot of extras and mini kits and collectibles and all that stuff. No, the stories aren't in there. It's just the characters. And Grogu is one of the characters. You can't play as him, but if you play as Mando, and I'll show you if there's some free play in this story. If you play as Mando, Grogu just sort of follows you around in his floating little bucket thing. Trying not to hit the civilians here. Oops.
Keep on the mannequin.
Has my flying improved, Master?
Well, I'm still alive, so there's that. Who hired you?
It was a bounty hunter cop.
It's just a syringe.
Toxic dart. Huh? We'll have to split up. Escort Senator Amidala back to Naboo. She'll be safer there.
Of course, Master.
R4, I think you can help me with something.
The voice acting for Obi-Wan is great, especially compared to Anakin. Hey, cool, I got all the challenges. And no minikit, so I'll have to replay. That's what I'm talking about. You have to play all the levels multiple times to get everything that you need.
Let's see if he recognizes this stuff.
So, let's be Mando real quick. If you play as Mando, there's a little Grogu that follows you around. Hi, Grogu. And Grogu likes to stay safe. So if you hold your gun, then he hides. Super cute. Yeah, so he's in free play only. So you can replay levels with him, but you can't play levels for the first time with him. So as you're running around the galaxy... Oh. There's little X-Wings and TIE Fighters around Zam Wessel. Okay, so as you're running around the galaxy, you can be Mando and Grogu can follow you around. Or if you're replaying levels to get all the collectibles and stuff, then you can be Mando and Grogu can follow you around. There's a thing here. Oh, it's inside. Okay, I'm not going to worry about that. I got... all these glowing blue circles that you're seeing are Kyber bricks. I don't remember how I turned on this feature, and I don't know how to turn it off. So it's been bothering me just a little bit. Oops. Yeah, the talk button and the throw grenade button are the same button.
That? I can't tell if Felix is cooking his Jabba the Nut roast or there's a poisonous gas leak. You don't know how to work these vents, do you? Ugh.
I don't, but we can try it. But Mando can't go in there because it's toxic gas, so we're going to be someone who's not on my list. We're going to be a droid instead. We're going to be TC-14. Never mind, we need to be an astromech droid. Let's be BB-8 in a box. So in all of my free plays, I've been playing as Rey and BB-8. And my favorite thing to do is to play as Rey in her... oh, what's the planet? I forget the planet. The planet where she's wearing a disguise. So Rey in disguise and then BB-8 in disguise. That's what I like to play as. Ooh. And now we need to be Captain Phasma so that we can throw a grenade at this. And this is... what is that? Mission complete, but what is it? Droid Tri-Fighter. Nice. Oh, definitely. Which Star Wars Build-A-Bear do you have? Because I was looking at those, but more so than the bear characters that they have, I just want the like a regular bear with the Jedi robes and a lightsaber. And I got the lightsaber, but I think the robes are discontinued now, so I'm not too happy about that. Ooh, it's time for this scene.
All right, don't blow your top. I'm going fast as I can.
That's Dex. Let's see what the problem is.
He's so skinny.
You guys caught me at a bad time. My best waitress, Wanda, has blown a fuse, and I can't keep up with
No,
all these
I didn't. Mostly because I don't have the space. But both of my brothers ordered all 3 dioramas and got the Tatooine homestead as well as a gift with purchase. So we will have 8 out of the 4 Star Wars dioramas.
Fix up old Wanda. As soon as we get finished, I'm all yours. What do you say?
Rey, a fennec fox in a Darth Vader, a monkey in Jedi robes and lightsaber, and a panda with a R2-D2 shirt and hoodie, skirt, and chucks. Nice, that's a good... Did they make a Rey bear? I didn't know they made a Rey bear. That might be a good alternative. Oh, they did. That's such a nice looking bear. That's such a nice looking bear. And I guess they have... She comes in the gray costume, or there's 2 different versions. The hair was gross, but the bear is awesome. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this wig. Hopefully that comes off easily. To be honest, I'm also not a fan of the eyes. I like this one down here. Classic teddy bear with the Rey costume. I'd be down for that. I don't know if that's still available either. I'd have to check. See it like this? What is this hair? Oh, that's so weird. This is cool. I didn't know this was a thing. Oh, good. Then don't get the wig. Sorry, we gotta take a tangent. Yes. Ugh. Yes. No, I don't want cookies. I don't want to allow the cookies. How do I stop the cookies? I don't want cookies. Okay. Yes. I'm over the age of 18. I'm allowed to buy teddy bears. Yeah, the eyes are kind of freaky, but these like normal teddy bear eyes are fine. I'm okay with that. And she's on sale? And she's $72. Ah, that's too much. That's too much. What other Star Wars stuff do they have in stock though? Super clearance, yeah. I can't imagine why the Rey Build-A-Bear was not popular. Got Grogu, Mando. See, this, I would get this. I would get, if I was in the market for 2 Build-A-Bears, I would get the Bantha and I would get, well, I guess Rey's not here anymore. Oh, there's a load more. Hold on. Yep, that's the plan. I didn't know you can do that. So the first time I ordered one online, I just got it regular. And he came understuffed. So like now his pants keep falling off because he's understuffed. Grogu in the graduation cap. And he has his little diploma. Graduating from Luke's Jedi Academy. Yeah, I have 3 of them. I got one back in 2001, I think, when I was a little kid. That I had for years and years and years. And then in high school, I got one with my friend as sort of a joint custody thing. And then when I moved to Canada, I didn't have any teddy bears, but I like sleeping with a teddy bear just for like comfort and posture as well. It's great for posture. So I got a Build-A-Bear because it was on sale. But I'm not a huge fan of the one that I got. Yeah, I got Okay, so just like for the meme of it, I got like a normal blue colored teddy bear. And he's wearing a t-shirt that says emotional. Actually, hold on. He's here. I can just... He's here. Okay. Yeah, I I read that study. Cuz like in high school I was having a lot of anxiety and a lot of problems, and that's when I got diagnosed with depression. And then I found this random study that says sleeping with a teddy bear helps reduce anxiety. So I tried it and I haven't gone back. So this is my emotional support bear. He's not wearing any pants because the pants keep falling off. So I got to take him down to the store and get him restuffed. But I also want to get like a more traditional looking teddy bear as well. But I'm not a huge fan of the Star Wars costumes that I'm seeing right now. Like, I don't want a Praetorian Guard costume. Gross. So if they bring back like the normal Jedi robes, then I will go for that on like a more traditional teddy bear. But for now, it's just this guy, and he has his Ravenclaw robes as well that I got when I first got him. Stitch? Where's Stitch? The OT today, they had a periodic table of emotions. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest, that's where I got the emotes from. I found an emotion chart. Actually, let me see if I can find one. I found an emotion chart for neurodivergent people, and I sort of looked at what options were available. So this is sort of what I settled on, and then I redrew it in my own style. See? Teachers pay teachers. It's like a little how am I feeling today minifigure. I think that's super cool. And it helps people express emotions. I was actually, let's go back to the game, because I'm gonna try to finish it. I was actually in a study where they put me on experimental antidepressants, and then I had to go into an MRI and see if I could tell the difference between anger and surprise. So I would like be laying in the MRI, and I had my mirrors in front of me. And then I would, and then outside the MRI on the screen, they would have faces. And I had a button in this hand for angry and a button in this hand for surprised. Hey, little taters, welcome, welcome. I stuck with your recipe for the blue milk today. So anyone doing a hydration check, you can thank little taters for the suggestion. It was stressful. So normally I'm okay in MRIs. I've had more MRIs than I can count because my brain is broken. But I didn't realize how hard it would be to tell the difference between emotions. So I don't know if it was the meds that I was on that prevented me from telling the emotions, or if I just don't know how to do that. Because even when I was doing the emotes, the chart that I was using as a reference, this chart, these aren't labeled. So when I uploaded them, I had to figure out what these emotions are, and that's hard. I don't know emotions. Like confused, obviously. Sleepy, maybe. What's the difference between this one and this one? I don't know. This is embarrassed with blood, and this is embarrassed without blood. I don't know. What's this emotion? Is this anger? Is this tired? Is this frustrated? Who knows? Worried and embarrassed. So the blushing one is embarrassed. And then this one is worried. Also, what's the difference between these two? They're both happy. Are they just different amounts of happy? Emotions are hard. Emotions are really hard. See, this, I should have gone with something like this. Because these are labeled and now I know. I would not have guessed that this is calm. Yeah, it could mean so many different things, but maybe that's what I need to practice. Yeah. This one helps because it has colors and stars. All right, let's get back to the game. Speaking of emotions, all I need to do is find out what each customer ordered and take them the right dish. If a droid can do it, I'm sure a Jedi can. Cool. Now I'm a waiter. Yeah, see, happy and proud and pleased and happy. Those are subtleties that I wouldn't get at first glance. All right, let's wait. Hello, customer. What would you like today? Where's my Shada Club sandwich? My parking meter runs out in 5 minutes. Oh no, let's get him his Shada Club sandwich. This looks like a sandwich. Oh no, I'm frozen. Okay. You don't like this Obi-Wan? Why don't you like this Obi-Wan? Is it because of the hair? Nothing like a tall cup of Jawa juice. Where's that waitress gone? I am the waitress. Where's the Jawa juice? What looks like Jawa juice? This looks like Jawa juice. Yeah, the hair. The hair does leave a little bit to be desired, but... Oh, that's not the Jawa juice. Okay. Let's put this back. Oops. The Jawa juice is in a mug. Here it is. Yeah. It's more than a brick tall. Okay, that's the Jawa juice. The color and cut are off. Like on the Lego minifigure, it's not as curly as it needs to be, but I think the color is pretty close. Any news on my 6 layer cake? I haven't seen one layer since I got here. This looks like the cake. It's not 6 layers, it's 4 layers. I hope that's okay. That's it. Thanks a lot. Is that everybody? Has everyone been served? Looks like it. Oh, that's smaller sandwiches. Maybe. I'm looking at the exact same screen that you are. And it's looking okay to me, so I don't know. Oh, he's another customer over here. Okay. Photon Fizzle. It's bright green. You can't miss it. Yes, I can. And I didn't miss it. It's over here on the ground. This reminds me of the drinks at Oga's Cantina and Galaxy's Edge. Because every time we go to Galaxy's Edge, my brother insists on going to Oga's and getting like a weird fizzy drink that has dry ice in it, or boba, or there's a drink there that makes your tongue numb for like 20 minutes. All right, there's your drumstick. Hey man, you don't need to be mean. Yeah, it's like it's a bright orange, but I'm pretty sure Obi-Wan had lighter colored hair in the second movie than he did in the rest of them, or maybe it was just like more wavy, so it caught more light. Yeah, it definitely looks lighter in episode 2. Not as orange, but Yeah, no, taters. That's exactly the point that we were talking about. I was just mentioning that I was in a clinical trial for some antidepressants where they made me evaluate emotions, and it was really, really difficult. But masking and mirroring and stuff is stuff that I have experiences with as well, so I'm right there with you when it comes to analyzing people's emotions. But it's hard. It's a hard thing to do. I like how my name is Obi-Wan Kenobi, this guy's name is Dexter Jetster, and his waitress name is just Wanda. Like a normal Earth name.
Bernard.
Camino, I'm not familiar with it. Is it in the Republic?
No, it's beyond the Outer Rim. These Kaminoans keep to themselves. They're cloners.
Cloners. No, R4. I don't recall Camino on any of the usual charts. Let's head to the archives. I've never heard of Camino either. Let's run the coordinates Dex gave us through the Jedi Archives. See if we can find out more about it.
It is. It really is. I'm a huge fan of the physical humor in these games. That's probably the best part. Do I have time to get this? I have time to get this. Let's get this. It's on the way to the Jedi Archives. Fine.
How delightful.
Oh, this is Uskru. Okay, I have a side quest that I need to do here as well. I will do that later. Now that I know where I am. I probably should have just read the map, but whatevs. I got time for this one too. Let's be Ray.
Useless here.
I can handle myself. I'm always coming.
But the physical humor in like all Lego properties is on point. Nope, too low. Too low.
You ride cross planet?
Oh well, at least I'm at a taxi. Let's get in the taxi.
Have a smooth trip. Hope you don't get raided on the way.
That's ominous. Can I get rated on planetary travel? I know you can get rated on like interplanetary travel, but planetary travel? I don't know if you guys noticed, but I also replaced my overlay with 3D bricks instead of the 2D ones that I had before.
Hey,
in actual Lego colors this time.
enjoy your visit to the Federal District.
Hydrate, blue milk. First one of the evening. Thank you, little taters. I needed that. I was getting thirsty, but I forgot to pour some water. So I can only drink when I have a blue milk or a hyperdrive fuel. Hyperdrive? Yeah, hyperdrive fuel. Hydration check. Thank you. Thank you for that. And some hyperdrive juice as well. Oh, I do not like that. I don't like the taste of that at all. This is my first time having the hyperdrive fuel. 3 drinks. That was the plan. The plan was to have 3 drinks. I have my blue milk. I have my secondary blue milk in case you guys push the button too much. I have my hyperdrive fuel. And I have my water bottle, but my water bottle emptied out during my meeting because I was thirsty during my meeting too. So I have my 3 drinks. I just forgot to refill one of them. Righty, how do we get to the Jedi Temple from here? Is this telling me to take a taxi? It might be. I picked the farthest taxi away. 3 drinks is the height of luxury. Normally, when I order... I did not drink the blue milk during my meeting. I didn't know how much I would need during this stream because we were all really excited about it beforehand. So I made... You guys saw my my cold brew steeper on TikTok. So I made 2 of those. And I filled up 2 bottles and I filled up the steeper again. So I have lots of blue milk, but I didn't know how much I'd need. But if I have some left over, then I know what I'll be drinking for the rest of the week. But did she end up trying it? Because you're right, it is very good and it tastes just like orange Pico. Because when you suggested it, I'm like, this is literally flowers. It's gonna taste flowery. And then it didn't. So I'm probably just gonna have some more. Like I got a whole like 50 grams of it, so that's a month's worth of tea if I have it every day. I'm just gonna take a moment to appreciate that Rey is in the Jedi Temple on Coruscant. She never got to come. Alright, let's be R4 real quick. Actually, no. We're in free play mode. We're gonna be BB-8 in a box. It is really good. It is really good. If this is what Disney did for their blue milk in the park, I would have no objections. But theirs is ooh, this is very complicated. Okay. But I don't know if this is better than what they do have in the parks. Because that's a smoothie, it's thick, it's fruity, it's really good. Whereas this is literally plain tea.
According to Dex, Camino should be right here, but there's just empty space.
Lost a planet. Master Obi-Wan has. How embarrassing.
There's nothing there.
Gravity's silhouette remains.
Huh?
Very good. Go to the center of gravity's pole and find your planet. You will.
Obi-Wan is very grumpy. It doesn't inspire the word milk, right? It only looks like milk from like a distance. But their blue milk and their green milk are exactly the same. Do you have time to move these?
Perhaps you wish to hear a story of the Jedi Trial. The
Oh, I super don't want to hear this story
was
right
so
now.
competitive that they commemorated it with paintings and busts around the archives. As I recall, Dooku came in first place, though he did so by cheating. No surprises there. Obi-Wan managed to surpass his own master, Qui-Gon Jinn. But neither of them could be Ki-Adi-Mundi, who just missed out on first because the judge failed to count the bog wings that nested on his head. Master Yoda spent most of his time negotiating with the bog wings, but failed to catch a single one, so he came in dead last. Which was a relief to Mace Windu, who only managed to catch one, and that was only because it flew into a window. That's the tale. Let me know if you'd like to hear it again.
Okay, let's do this side mission real quick. I think I got the order. And Dooku wasn't cheating. He's just really, really good at being a Jedi. So let's see, where are these busts? Oh, I need to have the Force. Okay, we're gonna be Kijimi Ray. Kijimi's the name of the planet. So, in first place was Count Dooku. So let's find Count Dooku. Who's this? That's Mace Windu. Okay. Obi-Wan. Qui-Gon. Yeah, it's not cheating. He's just really good. This is Ki-Adi-Mundi. This must be Dooku. Okay. And this is Yoda. So let's move Yoda out of the way.
You're doing?
Dooku was in first place. And Obi-Wan was in second place because he beat out Qui-Gon. Which makes Qui-Gon in third place. Let's take Ki-Adi-Mundi out of third place. Mundi was second? I thought he was second last. Oh, he was second because the bog wing on his head didn't count. Okay. So let's move these guys over. No, Dooku is still first. Ki-Adi-Mundi is second. Obi-Wan is third.
Be careful with those.
The Obi-Wan series is coming. It's coming at the end of this month, the 27th, right? Which means Qui-Gon was in fourth. And Mace Windu was... That's a chair. Oops. Mace Windu was second last, and Yoda was last. Yeah, it is really exciting. I only saw the first trailer. Is that right? Let's check it with Joe Castanu again.
Perhaps you wish to hear a story. Dooku came in first place.
All right, Dooku's in first.
Cheating.
Obi-Wan is before Qui-Gon. Ki-Adi-Mundi is before Obi-Wan. So Dooku, Ki-Adi-Mundi, Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon.
Master Yoda spent most of his time negotiating with the Bogwings, but
Master Yoda is last.
To Mace Windu, who only
Mace
managed
Windu
to
is second
catch
last.
one. That's the tale.
And that's the story. Okay. So this is right. This is the right order.
I overheard some of the masters say that if you arrange the busts into a certain order, it'll unlock something in this room. Apparently, the order is linked with an old trial the masters took part in. Maybe the archiver remembers.
Hey, hi, and welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Well, okay, so this Padawan says that it unlocks something in the room. So is this the thing that got unlocked? Oh, okay.
That's Ki-Adi-Mundi, of course. An average bogwing catcher with an above-average head.
So one kid... So the first Padawan that we talked to says that he matches it up with the pictures. Which means that... Alright, let's try rearranging with the pictures. So this one will be Qui-Gon Jinn. Where did I read Qui-Gon Jinn? Here's Qui-Gon Jinn. Hyperdrive juice! He didn't cheat. He's just good. And hydrate with blue milk. 2 hydrates with blue milk. Oh wait, that's secondary blue milk. Primary blue milk. I hope Little Taters is hydrating with blue milk at home as well. There's 1. There's 2. I don't know if you can tell, but it's a little bit darker than it was in the TikTok because I didn't add as much milk. Awesome. I'm glad you're hydrating along with us. Okay. I lost track of what we were doing. We're lining it up with the pictures. So Qui-Gon's done. Let's move Ki-Adi-Mundi.
With those.
That's good. That's a good habit to get into. Okay. See, when I put Ki-Adi-Mundi here, the thing doesn't light up. But when Mace Windu and Yoda are here, which is the order that they are in the story, they light up. See, Mace Windu is lit up. Oh. Okay, let's try putting Dooku here and see if this thing lights up. That's a pretty good rule, Hyan. That's all right. If you don't have the blue milk, that's perfectly fine. Water is probably preferred.
What do you think you're doing?
See, now I'm confused. Okay, so that's lit up. The light is lit up. I think that's what we're going for. Ki-Adi is lit up. Who needs to be lit up? Qui-Gon is lit up. Obi-Wan goes here.
Be careful with those.
I would. Have people been redeeming stretches? I haven't seen the stretches. Okay, is Obi-Wan lit up? Obi-Wan is lit up. Who goes here? Yoda goes here. There we go. That unlocked something.
Greetings, friend. Do you come seeking knowledge?
I think I got a couple last time. But I lowered the price of some of the rewards. I rearranged the prices of some of them. Okay, so Jocasta knew, just like she said if it's not in the archives it doesn't exist, also lied about this story. Because the first Padawan was right, we needed to rearrange it in the order that they match up with the pictures.
Yoda spent most of which was a relief to
Stretch!
Windu, who only managed to catch one, and that was
Stretch!
because it flew into a window.
Thank you for that, Hyan. I needed that. After a full day of work sitting in this chair and now streaming sitting in this chair, I definitely needed that. I don't know how people like Hassan Piker and Pokemon do it.
Perhaps
Sorry, not Pokemon, Pokemon.
Dooku came in first place, but neither of
Okay, we're gonna
Master
skip the
Yoda's,
story.
which was a relief. That's the tale.
Okay. You are a liar, Jocasta Nu. You don't even have a cool lightsaber. I don't... Okay, so we've lined it up with the pictures like the first Padawan said. And we got a blue brick. So what if we... Because now this blue brick speech bubble is gone. Because we talked to this guy and we did what he said. So now let's try to order it in order of the story. So...
What do you think you're doing?
We'll try it both ways. We'll try it with Dooku first, and we'll try it with Ki-Adi-Mundi first. Where is Dooku? Here's Dooku. Dooku is first, then Ki-Adi-Mundi. Meanwhile, Jango Fett is getting away, not important. And then Obi-Wan. Okay, see, Ki-Adi-Mundi lit up. Count Dooku lit up. That's how we know we're going in the right direction. Obi-Wan's lit up. Qui-Gon is after him.
Be careful with those.
Jocasta Nu. It's Lego. I can put it back together if it breaks. Mace Windu's lit up. That means Yoda is the last one. Yeah, see, on the last one, the camera moved over. See, the camera moved over. And now it's showing Count Dooku. So I guess we needed to put it in picture order first and then story order? Oh. But scratched Lego is less valuable. Hyan, it's all Lego. If I'm using the Force to pick up these things... See? See, if I hit the bookshelf, you see a scratch. You see those purple and yellow scratches. But if I hit the statue, no scratches. Oops, sorry, BB-8 on a box. See, no scratches. So this isn't even getting scratched. It's indestructible Lego. All right, let's find Jango Fett. Spoilers, let's go find Jango Fett. Okay. Must be Craggled. It must be Craggled. But even so, I don't know if you follow Sam Builds, the master builder from Arizona, I think, on TikTok. But he's had to repair his Craggled displays a lot, and they tend to break on the brick instead of on the seams. No, it's with a G because it's like a short version of crazy glue. Yeah. San Diego, right. Alec is Arizona or something. I don't know. I follow both of them, and their workshops look identical, so I can't tell the difference. But Sam has talked about repairing Craggled displays. Bay Area, that's it. And so the Craggle, the seam of the Craggle is stronger than the brick itself. So if something's gonna break, it's gonna break on the brick, like through the brick. So even those statues, because I'm not even scratching the brick, it must be even more than Craggled. Oh no! Oh no! Oh wait, no. I've already taken over that ship. I own that ship now. Seal coated. Yeah, maybe. It's got the UV coating that the outdoor displays have in Disney, which I did not know about when I made the TikTok about it. So, news. This starship looks chunkier than it does in the Lego set. Did they change the design? I don't know. I remember this ship being like super flat. The ones in Edmonton Zoo, probably. The term came from the movie. It wasn't used before that movie, but as soon as that movie came out, everybody started using the term. So it's from that scene in the movie where the label of the crazy glue is scratched off. And then I think it was Sam who put he designed Craggle labels and put them on his glue too. And put them on his solvent, sorry. I'm sure they are.
Welcome.
Like, the only picture that I've seen so far is the butterfly one that's posted on the website.
I'm expected.
For those of you who don't know what Little Taters and I are talking about, sorry.
Completed on time. 200,000 units are ready, with 1 million more on the way. I'm sure he'll be quite proud of the army we built for him.
The army?
Yes, a clone army. But you must be anxious to inspect the units for yourself. Now please, this way.
When my master first contacted you about the army, did he say who it was for?
Of course he did. Master Sifo Dyas ordered this army for the Republic.
I'm sorry, Master Sifo Dyas? But he was killed almost 10 years ago.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
Okay, conversation over? Okay. So, the zoo in Edmonton is hosting a Lego exhibit with big Lego animal statues. And after all of this, after all of the I don't want to go to Edmonton even though it has 2 Lego stores, now I might have to just to see this zoo exhibit. Ooh. Let's see if we can go in there. Can I change characters? Nah, it's story mode. Okay. I'll have to come back to that. I'll have to be BB-8 for that one. Do it for the TikTok. I already went to the Lego store in Orlando for a TikTok. Now I have to go to Edmonton too? It's about a 4-hour drive. For this year's Star Wars big UCS set. I thought the I thought Luke's land speeder was the big UCS set for this year.
Immensely superior to droids.
I thought that's what everybody was so excited about, is another land speeder. Definitely. It's the zoo thing is on until August, so it should be fine. Actually, Orlando is easier because Edmonton is 4 hours in a car. Orlando is 5 hours in a plane. So that's pretty comparable. But I also have family in Orlando, so it's a lot easier when I actually get there. I have a car to use. I don't have a car. Yeah, so in Orlando, I have a car that I can use. I can use my parents' car. But here in Canada, I don't have one. So I will probably have to drag my brother into this, which means dragging my sister-in-law into this, which means dragging their baby into this.
Curious, isn't it?
Last year? Okay, so the AT-AT was the second one last year. What was the first one last year?
Structure to make it more docile and no growth acceleration.
Was it the gunship? The gunship came out last year? That's what I'm seeing. Yeah, July 15th, 2021, they announced the gunship. So last year was the gunship in the AT-AT. This year was the land speeder. And, ooh, what's this? Is there something I can use on this table? Cup. Oh, hello, Boba Fett. Don't mind me, I just have a random key card. Looking for a place to put it. So this year we have the land speeder, and I think what would be really cool is if they did something from one of the shows. So a UCS Razor Crest would be really cool. I don't know what that food is for, probably a challenge later. Or even something from Clone Wars. A giant Jar Jar. Yes. Epic Bricks needs to make his... What's this? Can I do anything with this? I can't do anything with this. Epic Bricks needs to make his Jar Jar Bricks head, his giant Jar Jar Bricks head, an official thing. See if I can find... something from The Mandalorian, right? There's a lot of Slave 1s going on. But I would love to see a giant Razor Crest. This one. Sorry, I'm gonna switch from the game real quick. Giant Jar Jar brickheads. Imperial Bricks, not Epic Bricks, sorry. Epic Bricks is doing the science experiments. Imperial Bricks is doing his own series of brickheads, including this giant Jar Jar. Dang. Oh, that doesn't help. So you can see kind of the brickheads above him for scale. It's pretty big. The issue is Star Wars and Harry Potter are successful on their own, right? Outside of Lego. So it's a guaranteed audience. There are plenty of people that don't like Lego that buy Star Wars Lego and Harry Potter Lego. So it's a guaranteed audience. If anything can give Lego that guaranteed audience, I think they'd go for that as well. I feel like I'm going in the wrong direction, but it's too late now. I think this is where I put my key card. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's sad. I think they also put a lot of attention into their architecture sets because they work with actual architects to make those. Why Lego doesn't have more Disney stuff? No, I haven't talked about that actually. I haven't really thought about that either. Because they have Star Wars and Marvel, which are Disney, obviously. They have their princess line, which is sort of in line with Friends, but that's only like one set per princess at a time. Yeah, I remember when the oh, I'm just supposed to follow this guy. I remember when the Disney princess sets first came out, because they came out when I was working there, and I was the person in the store that knew the most about Disney princesses, so I was the princess expert. Yeah, I haven't really paid attention to the Minecraft sets. I remember they started as Usu.
Our progress.
Your clones are very impressive. You must be very proud. Huh? Who hired you for this job?
I was recruited by a man called Tyrannus. Do you like your army?
I look forward to seeing them in action. Thank you for your time, Django.
Always a pleasure to meet a Jedi.
I have a strong feeling that this bounty hunter is the assassin we're looking for.
I love that they can take the dialogue of the movie and completely change the tone just through physical comedy. That's so good. Like, even in the previous scenes, they just took the movie dialogue and then the facial expressions and stuff in between, and the props, obviously, are just like chef's kiss. Yeah, so there are a lot of Disney sets, but compared to things like Star Wars and superheroes in Minecraft, there just isn't a lot. And the issue with the Marvel sets, I don't remember if I talked about this on stream or if I talked about this on TikTok, but the issue with the Marvel sets is that there's not a lot of set pieces. Right? Marvel movies are character-driven stories, for the most part, with generic backgrounds. So there's nothing, for most Marvel movies and scenes and stuff, the only Lego set you can do is just minifigures. This is why when Guardians of the Galaxy came out, that was a big deal, because it was characters, yeah, but also spaceships, right? You could do the Milano, you could do the Nova Prime spaceships. That's a comprehensive Lego build. The newest Spider-Man set with the Daily Prophet, or not the Daily Prophet, that's Harry Potter. The Daily Planet? Daily Bugle. Daily Bugle is Spider-Man. Right? That's just a bunch of... It's literally just a pile of Easter eggs. That's all it is. There isn't aside from the structure of the building, there isn't a comprehensive build there. So that's why when you look at the Marvel sets right now, and we can look at some of them as soon as I defeat Jango Fett, they're all just things that we don't see on screen, things that we don't see in the books.
We mustn't let them get too far ahead. Let's go.
So there was listening to myself. So there was a large helicarrier set. I've talked about that one in my TikTok because I got to build a display for that one. And the box is still sitting in my brother's basement. But there was this 3,000 piece. Oh, that's a terrible picture. This 3,000 piece helicarrier. And it was... No, I'll do it another time. And so it came with the full helicarrier. And it came with these micro-sized Avengers. These ones here. That's Nick Fury, Iron Man, Captain America, and Hawkeye. As well as these micro-scale shield agents that could... They were a little bit big, but they more or less fit on the helicarrier. And then it also came with this character display stand with the shield logo. So they've done... This is like the equivalent of a UCS set. And they did this with the Tumbler and a couple other Batmobiles as well. Yeah, the Avengers would definitely work with Brickheads. I'm not sure how the licensing situation would work with that though. Let's see what the current lineup of Marvel sets is. So this is Brick Educator posted about this one twice. This is coming out soon. UCS Groot. As long as it includes Agent Coulson. Yeah. I think that one did actually. So this is a brick built cassette tape. If the only thing that I like about this set is the cassette tape, I'll be honest. This hasn't come out yet. This is pre-order right now for $70 Canadian. But it was announced, I think yesterday or the day before, and Brick Educator has been posting about it on TikTok. Let's see, we have Spaceship. We have Art. We have just a handful of characters. This is probably spoilers for the next few Marvel movies. Then we have these mechs, which I don't know where these came from, but there's multiple of them. Right? These mechs here. And we have just characters and a couple accessories. We have a spaceship, another UCS style thing. I don't even know what this is. I've seen all of Eternals. I don't remember what this is. But it's a spaceship, right? All of those mechs are not canon. Even the Iron Man one. This is 100% non-canonical. We had 2 Hulkbusters. Right? See, even this one, just a collection of characters. And a couple extra things. I think that's Ant-Man's van. And then the helmet series. Right? This one's not too bad. But again, non-canonical. Eternals, I'm not even going to pretend I understand Eternals. But again, handful of characters, right? There's not a lot you can do with Marvel and a building toy. There's not a lot you can do with superheroes in general and a building toy. Is this a Miss Marvel set? Okay, I might get this one just because it has Miss Marvel in it. Yeah, you're not wrong about the large space Lego. Spaceships. Okay, see, this is an example of what can be done. It's a diorama. It's just a small diorama with a couple characters, right? But how many scenes and set pieces in Marvel movies are iconic as this one? Maybe Tony Stark's office, if it wasn't mostly floating screens. Yeah, that's kind of the whole point, Hyan, is that dioramas are cool if they're done well. They're just hard to do well. See, this might be one. This is... Not from the movie, I don't think. Is this from the movie? This must be from the new movie. Spoilers ahead for Multiverse of Madness. I've seen the Hall of Iron Man suits, which again is just a collection of minifigures. But also one of my friends from the Lego store when I worked there made his own Hall of Suits, which was multiple of the Lego set, but he had every single official Iron Man suit in there. So it was only like 3 or 4 times the size. A UCS Ant-Man fan. Yeah, it's worth submitting. This must be the 2nd or 3rd armory that they've released. Because I've seen a different version. The Daily Bugle. I can't imagine the Daily Bugle is. I saw pictures of those. Let's look at those, because I haven't seen those in depth. Let's look at the Lightyear stuff. Would it be under Disney, or is it its own theme? Must be under its own theme. Just like how Marvel and Spider-Man are 2 separate themes. And DC and Batman are 2 separate things. There it is, Disney Pixar's lights. Yeah, it's a spaceship. The cool stuff is spaceship. Even this one. This is literally a UCS style spaceship with the stand and the plaque, but at minifigure scale. And these people, I don't know who these people are. And this is presumably Buzz Lightyear. And the cat from Captain Marvel. This guy kind of looks like Steezy Black from TikTok. I should send that to him. Does that mean to say? It's the beard and the facial expression. That's what it is. See, I feel like these chest pieces are the same. The torso and leg prints are the same. The arms look different. Yeah, the arms are different. One of the arms is different. But again, it's just characters, mechs, and spaceships. That's all it is. Cities are cliche to build it. Yeah, and I think Lego's going to agree with you, Hyan, because if we look at City, if we look at the latest line in City, it's space now. Even Lego City has stopped being a city. Ah, that's Batman. I want City. Here we go. We got our train, rocket launch, hospital, lunar base, airplane, stunt show, town center, wildlife rescue camp. So I guess the newer, yeah, so here's some more space stuff, undersea stuff. Right? I like City as a concept because it's telling kids, hey, look at the world around you and, you know, here's practice to participate in the world around you, right? You want to be a police officer, practice being a police officer. You want to be a fireman, practice being a fireman. You want to be an astronaut, practice being an astronaut, right? So I like it for that, but none of the City sets, except maybe the Mission to Mars set that came out like 2 years ago, is all that appealing to me as a grown-up. And I guess that's really not the point, because these are not for me as a grown-up. But, you know, you want to be a bank robber hanging off a drone, you can practice that. Yeah, and having a city line is important. Having a friends line is important. Yeah, architecture I feel like is necessary. They need to have that, right? Brickhead's there competing with Funko and the other collectibles. Sketches, same deal. They're competing with collectibles. City is a staple. Classics is a staple. 3-in-1 creator is a staple. Creator, expert, and adults welcome. I wouldn't be mad if they got rid of them, but I know like thousands of people would be, so I won't delve into that anymore. But Friends is necessary. Duplo is necessary. Ideas is necessary. Originals would be necessary if they had more than one set ever. That's the only originals. Nothing else in LEGO is original. The plant sets are super mega popular. Yeah. I think having a line of real stuff we see kids interact. Yeah, it is. It is. So I was. This is a preview for one of my Star Wars hot takes, but Star Wars really changed the game when it came to toys in general and LEGO specifically. Because before Star Wars, so much of toy and pretend play and imaginative play was look at this thing in the outside world and recreate it, right? That's why we have kids that play cops and robbers or cowboys and Indians, or probably can't say cowboys and Indians anymore. Or like playing doctor or playing house. Like, look at these real world things and then play with them, right? And if you go to anthropologists, they'll say the same thing. Play evolved as a way to practice being a person, right? Even if you look at non-human animals, the tickling and the tackling and the physical play that other animal children engage in are practicing being a grown-up animal. But then I'm going to get to that comment in a second. Let me finish this rant. But then Star Wars came along and they were like, instead of playing in your own world, here is a brand new world that is fully fleshed out with places and people and cultures and jobs and activities that you can play in instead, right? And Star Wars wasn't the first to do it, but I think that they perfected this idea of here is a different world that you can play in instead of playing in your own world, right? So that's what we're seeing with LEGO right now, right? We're seeing architecture play in the real world. Batman, here's a pretend world. Boost, real world. Brickhead, pretend world. Brick Sketches, pretend world. City, real world. Classic, starts in the real world and then go on from there, right? Creator, real world. Creator expert, real world. DC, pretend. Disney, pretend. Unless it's that one. That one's real. It's real to me, right? So that's sort of the line that LEGO has to toe now, because that's what the toy industry is, right? It's split between playing in the real world and practicing for those scenarios, right? And getting used to those social interactions and those, community interactions. And then part of it is escape from this world, go be something else, right? Yeah, opening up imaginative play is just so important, right? It helps with, so practical imaginative play, like practicing things in the real world, help you socialize. They help you become a part of a community and stuff like that. But imaginative play helps you academically. It helps you with critical thinking. It helps you with problem solving. And of course, it helps with creativity as well, right? So you need both. And you need toys that can do both. I'm happy with the LEGO I have, though. I just want others when I can afford and justify it. Yeah. affording is one thing. Justifying is a completely different thing. And it's a great way to see if adults have their inner child. So I made a TikTok a while ago. I made a few of them, actually. Talking about the price of LEGO. And it's a common misconception that the price of LEGO has gone up, because the price of LEGO has not gone up. Even accounting for inflation, if we're counting inflation, the price of LEGO has gone down. But if we're just looking at the numbers themselves, the price of LEGO has stayed pretty much static the last 15 years. The problem is the size of the sets have gone up. The complexity of the sets has gone up. Well, the complexity doesn't really matter. The size of the sets has gone up. So that's why we're now paying, you know, $400 for 5,000 pieces, right? And yeah, it's not, and William is completely right. It's not accessible if you don't have money. But I would argue that if you're using Lego as a learning tool, if you're using Lego as an improvement tool, then the sets that you need to get to do that are still affordable. They're still the price that they've always been. But if you want a big fancy Star Wars model that's going to take 10 hours to build and sit on your shelf and collect dust, then it's going to be a little bit more expensive. Yeah. D&D is a great example of a game or toy or whatever you want to call it that merges those two aspects of real world pretend play and imaginative pretend play, because you need to interact with real people to make it happen. You need to understand real people to make it happen. You need to understand, you know, depending on how much detail the DM wants to go into, you need to understand social and political situations to navigate the game of D&D. And on top of that, it's the monsters and the orcs and the combat and the magic and stuff that keeps you engaged, right? I haven't seen the child D&D, but I would love to play it. I would love to play a puzzle-focused D&D game instead of a combat-focused one. The last time I played with the group at the Lego store, it was entirely combat-focused, and I was not a fan of that. But you know what? Puzzle-based D&D is just escape rooms. That's what puzzle-based D&D is. So I will do escape rooms because my friend group that I have here locally does not want to play D&D, but they're fine with escape rooms. They're not fine with escape rooms. They tolerate escape rooms. But it's the same thing. Ryan is writing a book to help keep your imagination alive. That is a great way to do it as well. World building, whether you're doing it for a game or for a book or just for fun, is a great way to do that. I wish I had the mental capacity to keep doing that. Yeah. Yeah. 13,864 VIP points. Redeemable VIP points. I don't know. Does it have the total somewhere? Yeah, points earned since joining 17,000. That's what I get for working there. Yeah. That's so good, Taters. That's a good thing to do. All right, Blue Milk. I was waiting for that. Thank you. Ooh, big gulp this time. Yeah, I prefer puzzles and stuff. That's why even in this game, in the Jedi Archives, we stopped to solve that puzzle before we continued hunting down Jango Fett because, you know, games need more puzzle aspects, right? That's not allowed because of the law. But when I worked there, if we were closing, before we emptied out the last till, the manager would be like, all right, last chance for in-store purchases. Every single time without fail, at least 3 of the closers bought Lego sets. Without fail. Oh, let's get you to Hoth.
Of Camino, my priority would be locating a scarf large enough to keep my neck warm.
Yeah, but in addition to, you know, our money paychecks, I don't know if I've talked about it in detail, but I've mentioned it on TikTok. We also got Lego store dollars, which we could spend on Lego. So out of all the modular buildings, the only one that I ever got for myself was the Parisian Cafe. And I got that using Lego store dollars. It was 0 Canadian dollars.
To my knowledge, none of our clones are able to utilize the power of the Force. However, Lama Su has created a Force Aptitude test in the facility. I'd be most curious to see what it entailed.
I kind of want to check that out too. Yeah, so we had one person that worked there when I worked there. Didn't need it. Actually, two of them. They didn't need that job. They were retired. They had enough money in their savings and coming from the government. They didn't need it. But what they did instead was they just used the extra income and used the discount to get stuff for their kids and their grandkids and their kids' friends.
Now Obi-Wan,
So that's
or any
definitely
other
something that
Jedi
happens.
may demonstrate their talents. For the sake of research, of course. And because the Force is rather cool. There are 2 keys. One is located in this room, and the other in the next. They are to be retrieved and inserted into my testing device.
If this is too much based on reactions, I'm going to skip it, but we'll try it. Hey, got it. Yeah, especially because you have this. Oh, I need to hit all the buttons before the timer runs out. That's what it is. Okay, let's try this again. Yeah, but you also recently got a house high-end, right? So that's gonna kill you in the expenses department. Yep, I don't. I like puzzles, but I don't like the reaction time stuff, so I will come back for this later. Oops. I did that on purpose. I have no idea what I plan on doing with my points, just because like I said, I don't pay attention to LEGO rumors, I don't pay attention to LEGO news, so I never know when there's rewards. So I didn't know about the coins until they were sold out. I didn't know about the hats until they were sold out. I gotta stay on top of this and start spending my points. They don't expire anymore, which is nice. When the VIP program started, they expired after a year. So, like a year after you get it, the next January 1st, your points are gone if you don't spend them. It doesn't help when it... Yeah, see? That's gonna kill your wallet right now. It is expensive. It is very expensive. And the price is only gonna go up. When I moved here, I was looking at rentals, not even buying a place, rentals that were like $900 to $1,100 each. And now that I'm looking for a new place to live, those places that used to be $900 or $1,100 are now $1,500 or $1,600. And it's my bank account is not a fan of this. That's a battleship I've been to before. And it's only going up. I talked on TikTok about the neighborhood that I grew up in, which caught fire. The entire, like, 2 cities next to each other that I grew up in burned to the ground. And within days, these property companies were coming in and buying up all of the burned down lots for like a couple hundred each, right? Or a couple thousand each. And all of that is going to go into corporate housing. So even though those places were like, yeah, let's do a side mission real quick. So even though those places were like 800 to $1 million to start, they're going to go up into the multi-millions now because they're all owned by the same company. The entire city, except for the houses that didn't burn down, is owned by the same company. Oops. I started the level. Okay, hopefully I can still go to crate. So yeah, they have no reason to keep the prices affordable. And that city was voted the best place to live by Money Magazine like 5 years in a row. So they have no incentive to keep the houses affordable.
Stand by. This is going to be a bumpy ride. He's around here somewhere.
Okay. I missed that side quest. We'll have to go back to crate later. But first, let's find Jango Fett. Yeah, and that's what's happening here as well. All of the residential properties and all of the commercial.
This won't be much of a fight.
Yikes. Okay. All of the residential properties and all the commercial properties are being bought up commercially, which means that people cannot afford to buy houses anymore.
Splendid.
So I don't know if you're on Canadian TikTok, but there's every few days there's a bunch of TikToks about here's what you can get for $1 million in Toronto, and it's like a tiny 2-bedroom townhouse. Yeah, see, that's the thing is if you want an affordable place to live, you have to move to the middle of nowhere. Not that the middle of nowhere is bad per se, but you know, a lot of these jobs have to do with their corporate jobs, right? So you need to be around corporate jobs. We'll see how the Great Resignation goes, and we'll see how the whole continuing to work from home thing is, because that's still gaining popularity. The work from home thing is gaining popularity, even though I don't like it. I don't like working from home at all. I think it's absolutely terrible on the health and on the mental health, but people seem to like it. Yeah, see, 10-15 minutes from a grocery store. Right now, I'm 5 minutes from a grocery store walking. And if I want to go to Safeway, one of the big ones, then it's about a 10-minute walk. Right? So it's the sacrifice you need to make. Like if I want to live a more sustainable life, then I need to live in a dense area where everything that I need is within walking distance, or a place with sustainable public transportation. But places like that are just astronomical. They're unaffordable for literally anyone, unless you have intergenerational wealth. Yeah, exactly. So Hyan, how often do you have to go to that grocery store 10-15 minutes away? Is it like on a weekly basis or a monthly basis?
You can't shake me that easily, bounty hunter.
So there's
Your move. I'm not here to play.
There's a lot of
It's a waste of my talent.
upsides and downsides to living in a more rural area, for sure. But you know, it would be better if both were equally accessible, you know? So people who need to live in the city can live in the city, and people who don't need to or don't want to live in the city have that option as well, right? Ton of beef in the chest freezer. Yeah. See? It's the lifestyle sort of has to be adapted to the environment that you live in, right? I would love to live in a rural area, but right now my job won't be able to support that. My religious obligations won't be able to support that because we're a small enough community that there's no congregation in these rural towns. So it's not an option that's available to everyone, you know? Yeah, freezer fruits and veggies. Freezer fruits and veggies, which are incredibly unhealthy as well.
Just a little turbulence. Nothing to worry about.
So yeah, this is what we call intersectionality, right? When the climate change problems and the health problems and the work problems and the housing problems all coincide, they're all the same problem. That's what we call intersectionality. Not to mention, I don't think I could move to a small American town and keep my life for too long. Freezer fruits and freezer veggies, it really depends on where they come from. Because a lot of the fruits and veggies in the United States of America come from places with unsustainable farming practices. So they are filled with pesticides. And when we're looking at processed fruits, those are the ones that tend to not be used for, fresh fruit sales. They're the ones that don't make it to the shelf. So it's really difficult to know exactly what's going into those fruits. Yeah, it depends on how it's processed. But if you're out in a rural area or in a food scarce area, then you don't really have a choice in how something is processed. You sort of get what you get, which is another unfortunate side effect of
there you are.
Why don't you just give up?
Living in general. I was going to say living in America, but we have that issue in Canada too. It's another unfortunate side effect of being alive in capitalism. Yeah, 15-20 minutes drive to church. I'm on a 15-minute bus to mosque right now. If I was a Sunni, it would be a 5-minute walk because it's literally across the street. And the elevator takes 3 minutes, but I'm Shia, so it's a 20-minute drive. This Jango Fett guy. Really not doing me any favors. See, that's the goal. That's the goal, William, is Europe, right? Old cities which were designed for pedestrians to exist in. That's what I had when I lived in Sydney, because I lived in just outside of CBD, which was made in the 1800s. It was originally built in the 1800s. So everything is walking distance, everything is public transit. The train system is amazing. You can get anywhere you need to go. Plus, they have fresh fruit available just everywhere.
Get him, Dad, get him!
Yeah, and it's cheaper to ship things around. So Australia is just an expensive version of Europe, really.
R4, jettison the spare parts.
Plus the healthcare. That's one of the reasons I'm not going back to America is, I don't want to die. I don't want to be shot on the street by a civilian who is threatened by my Muslimanity, or by a cop who's having a bad day, or, slip and fall and die in a hospital because I can't afford healthcare. I don't have a farmer's market close. That's the issue. Alberta, as far as like fruits and vegetables go, Alberta is pretty food scarce. We have beef and we have wheat, and that's it. The nearest farmer's market is about an hour away, and it's all small stuff, and it's sustainably grown. So I'm a fan of that. But as of right now, I have to do the grocery store stuff.
Our plans are proceeding accordingly.
Certainly. With these droids, the Republic and the Jedi won't stand a chance.
More great voice acting for Dooku here. Not that kind. I'm not going to the tar sands with a metal straw and just drink that. You know what? You're not wrong. If people could find a way to ingest crude oil, Alberta would subsidize that for foodstuffs.
That way, you can continue to protect me.
Absolutely. Alberta will find any excuse it has to subsidize oil. It's a children's game, Chunks. Can't have them sleeping in the same
Just
bed.
need to
What
get
is
to Mos
this?
Espa. I have to make sure my mother is safe.
Did I get the mini kits? Did I get enough mini kits to make the ship? Yeah. New Padme outfit. Probably not playable, but let's find out. Hey! Hey! New playable Padme outfit. Nice. Oh, I unlocked Captain Typho. Didn't even notice. And I unlocked a new Jar Jar Binks. Okay. Chunks, I think they need, like... They don't need a Padme bear. They just need her full wardrobe to be available. I think that would be way better. Because then they're just going to do the creepy Rey eyes if they do a Padme bear. Or maybe if they have, like... I don't know if it's on the Lego figure. You can't really see it on the Lego figure. But she has her little... I don't know if it's a mole or a birthmark or whatever. She has a little mark on her face. If they add that to the Padme bear, then that would be worth it.
I'm considering
for a
enrolling at
Padme
one of
bear.
Theed's many universities to study politics. I've spent my life campaigning for Gungan rights, and I want to finally make a difference. And I've heard kids today love a thrilling Senate hearing.
Taters, don't be scared. Just look up the Rey Build-A-Bear, and you'll see. It's nothing to be scared of. Because they have two versions. They have a Rey bear, and then they have a Rey costume that you can put on other bears. And the Rey bear, I am super not comfortable with. And this is another example. This character right here is another example of Star Wars being too political. Gungan rights? Are you kidding me? Gungan lives don't matter. All lives matter. Or I guess it would be more equivalent to Gungan child matters here in Canada. Alright. That was sarcasm. In case that gets clipped, that was sarcasm. Right? It's super uncomfy. Build-A-Bear has been shifting from the plastic eyes to the embroidered eyes. I don't know when they made the change, but all the embroidered eyes kind of creep me out. Okay. I'm gonna try something. Can I fly to the next mission in a microship? It'll still be Padme's ship, but it's gonna be a small one. Yes. It's gonna be good. This is my favorite thing in the whole game, is flying around in these tiny, tiny spaceships. And just so I can do it, I'm gonna fly to Tatooine space instead of the planet. Kind of hard to tell, but you can see Padme sticking up out the top. Okay, I'm gonna dismiss this ship. This is getting kind of annoying. So there's these capital ships as well that you can take over. Like, they'll randomly appear above certain planets. Oh, her cape is fluttering! That's cool. That's a cool detail. Yeah, no worries, William. Thank you for joining. I'll let people know on TikTok if there's anything worth checking out the VOD on YouTube, which will hopefully be posted tomorrow. But yeah, thanks for joining. Have a great early morning. I hope the sun isn't up yet. Cape is a nice detail. I guess I've never flown one of these with somebody who wears a cape. I didn't notice that it did that. Ooh, yeah, did you just unlock the mini kit? I gotta get a, no, I want to be Padme again. I gotta get a real one of those. Like a real mini kit. Somebody on TikTok just started making them, and he had a giveaway, but I didn't win the giveaway, so he said he's gonna start selling them soon, so I might buy one. And then Jedi Kaylin also on TikTok made mini kit stickers and sweaters, and I ordered those, so hopefully those will be made in the next week or so, and then I can wear those on stream if I get them in time.
And the Jedi! What do you know?
My mother, where is she?
Shmi? I sold her years ago to a moisture farmer named Lars. Business is a business.
Where is their farm?
Oh, long away from here. Head out to the desert and look for moisture evaporators. You'll find them.
Anakin sounds so angsty. Okay, am I still in free play mode? Ah, I can't change characters. I've already unlocked Shmi, so I could have just been her. That would be so cute. You should get matching mini kits. I'm going in the wrong direction. Yeah, I would do the same, but my brother doesn't know what mini kits are, so. It's such a nice cape. I love the design on this. Has this ever been a real minifigure, and has it had this cape? I gotta look that up real quick. No, it has not. We have the decals of it. Somebody went through and made the decals of the outfit itself, and I guess all of her outfits. But not this outfit and not this cape. Oh well. They don't have, that's what we looked at last stream. They have like 3. Which is, we looked up all the Padmes last stream and they don't have a lot. Jundle the wastes.
Won't take you too long. Just sit
I like how I'm going without Anakin. Oh, sorry, not 3, not 3. They have 6, and 3 of them are in the same costume. While this is loading. Yeah. So this gray and blue one, they have 3 versions of it now. So this must be an old video. Then episode 1, episode 2, and Clone Wars. It's rather unfortunate. But this is like a specifically molded piece. Yeah. Not a lot of... This is... Oh, this is a fake one. Okay. Not a lot of Padme to go off of. Yes, this is a fake one as well.
Lots of sand, lots of fun.
I like those sleeves, though.
And Jawas.
Look at the sleeves. I don't think Lego has ever made sleeves like that, but... Anyway. Let's go find Anakin's mom.
If
I mean, I'm glad they did. That would have been terrible if they made that episode 1 outfit with just like the 2x2 slope that they usually use for skirts. That would have been terrible.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to find a stranger in the desert who can do repairs.
A stranger in the desert who can do repairs. Oh, that's me. I'm a stranger in the desert that can do repairs.
Want to sit around now, if you'll excuse.
Okay, never mind. Let's go into the house.
What a mess. This sand really does get everywhere.
3PO?
The Maker. Oh, Master Annie, I knew you would return.
Oh, and Lars. Is my mother here?
No, she's not. Shmi is my wife. She was about halfway home when they took her. A hunting party of Tusken Raiders.
What is that reaction?
To find my mother.
You may not like what you find out there, kid.
I don't care. I'm going to find my mother.
Master Anakin, I really do think you should...
Come on, 3PO. You're coming with me.
Oh, dear.
You know, the subtle changes to the story to keep it a 2-player game. I was noticing that with Rey in her white outfit when she was running through the jungle on Agent Kloss. Her feet would get dirty. Now let's put this guy in the light a little bit and see what he looks like. Yeah, he's all rusted. His arm looks like replaced. I don't think this is a real minifigure either. If they ever do...
I sense something.
If they ever do...
My mother is here.
A Star Wars collectible minifigures, it better be all 200 whatever figures from this game. Oh, Padme's skirt got dirty too. Okay.
Mom?
No splishes here. This is Tatooine.
Anakin, my long-range transmitter has been knocked out. Retransmit this message to Coruscant. I have tracked the bounty hunter Jango Fett, first to a huge cloning facility on Kamino, and then to the droid foundries on Geonosis. Count Dooku is forming a droid army here. Wait.
Anakin, stay where you are. Protect the Senator at all costs. We will deal with Count Dooku.
They'll never get there in time to save him. I'm going to help Obi-Wan. If you plan to protect me, you'll just have to come along.
Heck yes, you can ask a frank Muslim question. Hi, and sorry, I was just waiting for the cutscene. Am I still holding...
He gave me strict orders to stay here.
I'm still holding the crate, which means I need to go to crate.
Protect me. Now let's go. Obi-Wan is in danger.
We're gonna stop by crate real quick instead of going straight to Geonosis, because I gotta deliver this stuff. Why is it the Divine and not Allah? Divine is not... That's what I use. That's what I use. Allah just means the God. It's a short version of the... Dang it! Bounty hunters. Okay, it's a short version of the word Al-Illah, which means the God. But there are different beliefs in Islam about what God is. So people who take the Quran literally I gotta go to Crate. Not my fault these bounty hunters showed up. Why can't I shoot? I can't shoot. The ship doesn't shoot. Oh my goodness. What am I gonna do? This ship doesn't have guns on it. Why would they put me in an encounter in a ship that doesn't have guns on it? Okay. Can I change ships? That's the next question. Let's change to an X-Wing, shall we? X-Wings have guns. Okay. There we go. Now I have guns. I wanted to go... Okay. They put the cargo on my ship to go to Crate. They wanted me to go to Crate. I don't know where these bounty hunters came from and why they would attack a ship that has no guns. Anyway. So, there are people that take the Quran literally and see God as sort of a humanoid figure with like faces and hands and thrones and feet and stuff like that, because that's symbolism that's used in the Quran. But there are also Muslims that take the Quran metaphorically. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you guys, I turned on Pew Pews, which is a mode that you can buy after you collect enough data cards. Well, not buy with money, buy with data cards. And it turns all the blasters and all the lightsabers and all the space guns into Pew Pews. Oh, I thought that was great. There's also Mumble Mode, where instead of saying words, they say like in the original games, but I haven't turned that on yet because I'm focusing on the dialogue for this. And another encounter. See this orange crate that's floating behind me? That needs to go to Crate, and that's not confusing at all. I am in the middle of a battle, Lotators. Okay, hopefully I don't die. Don't shoot me, don't shoot me, don't shoot me.
Ain't no way we're letting you get through here with that cargo. It's ours.
I guess I could have paused, but that's too low stakes. So yeah, there's Muslims that take the Quran metaphorically and recognize that these humanoid descriptors are really just metaphors to help make it easier to comprehend. So when I say the divine, it's encompassing not just the Godhead, not just the well, see, because I don't believe in a figure, so I can't say it doesn't just encompass the figure. But it's, when I say the divine, it's referring to the connection that everything in the universe has, generally, and not a single deity, which it would have been if I had taken the Quran literally, which I don't. So that's the difference between the divine and Allah for me. When I'm talking about literature and what the literature says, I will use the term Allah, but when I'm talking about my own beliefs, I will use the divine. Yes, it's exactly like the Force, except instead of midichlorians, it's every single organism. And I gave a lecture about how it is like the Force. It's posted on my YouTube. I gave it about a year ago. But yeah, because the Force is inspired by a lot of different religions, and I think the overlap is this idea of a connection. And there's some Islamic practices that talk about supernatural abilities that come when you connect in a very strong way. So in that case, it's even more like the Force. It certainly feels like two religions based off the same thing, and that's, you know, why they're killing each other. But there's... So the divisions in Islam are almost never religious divisions. They are political divisions, usually big army politics, that then evolve over time to teach different things. So the bigger army in 632 decided it would be easier if they taught the Quran literally, even though the Prophet Muhammad specifically said not to do that, right? So we have one group of people who are following what the founder of the religion said, and we have another group of people that are taking the easy way out. And so that I don't get killed, I'm gonna not specify which groups those are. But yeah, that's like a lot of religions do that, right? Any religion that has a text, there's gonna be multiple interpretations of the text. And once you get to the far extreme ends of those interpretations, right? Like the Sufis and the Salafis would be the two extreme ends of Muslim belief. Then they definitely start to feel like two different religions. But despite that, there's more in common. Why does Anakin look like this? He changed his hair. I thought I was still in episode 2. Okay, let me just sign off on this crates mission. Was it in Camino? Camino Space had it? Crates to crate, yeah. Smuggle the cargo to crate. Why is it... Am I not on crate? I'm on crate. Where do I go? Yeah, and it's the exact same case with Islam, right? The Sunni and the Shia battles right now, the people who start the fights are doing it for political reasons and economic reasons, right? But the people who are fighting on the ground are often doing it for religious reasons, right? Same as the Crusades. It was started to boost the European economy and to unite the Eastern and Western Orthodox churches, at least politically, if not religiously. But the people who actually fought in the Crusades are like, oh, I'm doing this so that I get a guaranteed spot in heaven, right? So it's the same thing with the Sunni-Shia issue. If we look at what Saudi Arabia is doing to Yemen right now, Saudi Arabia is trying to control the entire Arabian Peninsula, right? And it wants to install a puppet government in Yemen in order to do so, right? But the rationale that they're giving is that Yemen is filled with a bunch of Shia non-believers, Shia heretics, right? So they must be destroyed. And that's how they're justifying the hostile takeover of... Oh, I needed to deliver it to space, not to the planet. Okay. That's how they're justifying the hostile takeover of Yemen, is they are Shia and they need to be destroyed. When in reality, it's we want control over this region and its resources, so we are going to install our own government, right? And America's on board with that as well, right? Because America is helping to fund that and provide weapons to that. And it crashed. Got too intense. So, what am I trying to say here? So the one of the reasons why America is having issues with Iran is because they're kind of doing the opposite of what Saudi is doing. Is one, they're allies with Saudi. Saudi is Sunni, Iran is Shia, and Saudi wants to get rid of that opposition, right? So America is going to be aligned with its friend Saudi Arabia against Iran. Fake reasons for political gains. That's exactly what it is, right? The Ukraine one is even more insidious, right? Because instead of being like, oh, Yemen is filled with Shia, which it actually is, it's a majority Zaidi country, Russia is saying that Ukraine is filled with Nazis, when it's demonstrably not, right? So they're both terrible reasons, but Saudi can at least point to a real thing and say this is why we're doing it, whereas Russia can't do that. Russia can't point to a real thing. And so if you see the I forget what the name of the document is. There was a document that Russia published before the invasion, and they specified in there that what they're calling Nazis does not need to include Nazi ideology, right? And they defined Nazism as anything that is anti-Russian, right? So anyone that wants an independent Ukraine is labeled as a Nazi, and then Russia can say we're going to war with the Nazis, right? So they have that extra layer of it's not a real thing. I love you, Rey Skywalker, but I'm going to skip the intro just so I can get back into the game. They're using the word Nazi so that their soldiers are okay with killing innocent people, right? It's the same reason why people on the right in the United States use the word pedophile and the word groomer, right? If you accuse your enemy of being a groomer or a Nazi, then it's fine if you kill them. It doesn't matter if they actually are, but that justifies it, right? Because of course we don't want Nazis. You don't want Nazis. You don't want groomers. So we're just going to label the people we don't like as things that they're not in order to justify doing terrible things to them, right? That's politics 101. Dehumanize your enemy is politics number 1, right? Bringing it back to Star Wars, because this is a Star Wars stream, right? Buckets. We're fighting against buckets. We're not fighting against separatists. We're not fighting against people who want political independence from an overbearing government. No, we're fighting buckets. Right? We're fighting droids. They're not real people. And I think, if I remember correctly, in Clone Wars, or somewhere in the expanded universe, both the CIS and the Grand Army of the Republic are both referred to as buckets at different times. Yeah. Everyone's calling everybody names. It's for me, it's funny when we talk about left and right in American politics, because if we're looking at it on a global context, there literally is no left in America. There are some individuals that are center left, the parties themselves are center right or right or far right. If we're looking at global politics, there's no left-wing party in America right now. So it's really just the right making fun of the right. There's a stud comment here. Where is the stud comment? Okay, maybe it's time to... They don't like when you say that. They want to convince people that there are multiple teams. Right? That's all it is, right? If we were voting for policies, it would be fine. If we were voting for individuals based on their platform, I think that's less fine, but sure, whatever. But we're voting for teams. And Canada does the same thing. They have more teams, but we're voting for teams, right? And so if you go to, it's the same thing as going to like a football game, right? You wear your team's jersey, you cheer when your team scores, you boo when the other team scores, and that's all there is to it, right? The players don't matter. Libertarian is still a team, so. Right? Any To put it as bluntly and as broadly as possible, any label is going to be a team. I don't know what it's supposed to symbolize either. I just thought it's a mini kit. I'm playing Lego Star Wars. Everybody knows what that is. What is C-3PO's run cycle, by the way? Yeah, just want to be left alone. Which, you know, getting... What is this? I need to be a Jedi for this. You know, building your own sort of homestead in a relatively rural area, that's exactly what that is, right? I'm not the kind of person that wants to be left alone. I think things are better when people work together, as long as they have common goals and, you know, negotiating the process and stuff like that, right? Not making a choice. The thing about not making a choice is that it... Hold on, cutscene. Gross.
Wait. All this a diplomatic solution?
I call it aggressive negotiations.
Did it freeze again? My Switch is really hot right now. Yeah, so the thing about not making a choice is it allows whoever is louder to be the people who make the choice, right? Whoever does the more egregious thing wins. I'm gonna be Padme. Padme has a gun. I know I'm anti-gun in real life, but these guys are too far away.
Pew, pew, pew.
Yeah.
Pew, pew, pew.
That's how you know this movie is for Americans.
Pew. Pew, pew, pew. Pew, 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 pew. Pew, pew, pew.
Well, see, that's the thing, right? There needs to be things that protect human life, but people are evil. So who's going to be in charge of the things that protect human life, if not evil people? If people are intrinsically evil, right? How are those systems going to be maintained if people are intrinsically evil?
Can you start up those power cells?
And from what I've read, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I've read, that's the libertarian perspective, is just let evil prevail. Because people are intrinsically evil. And there's nothing that can be done to stop them. So that's what I've read. If that's incorrect, please send a chat right now and clear that up for me. I need to be a droid right now. What are the droids doing? Yeah, that's how important. That's an example of how important language can be, right? Wait, I need to get across that. No, R2 can't. Okay, can this do something? Yes, I can build with this. Okay, I thought R2 got his hover ability back. I was so excited. Yeah, people will act in good if it benefits them. That's capitalism.
I am afraid we are not programmed to use systems like this.
The benefit in capitalism is that it's financial benefit. And financial benefit is very exclusive because there's a limited amount of money. That's kind of the whole point of an economy, right? So if you're getting more money for yourself, that means you're taking it from someone else. And if the goal is to get all of the money, then the goal is also for no one else to have money, right? That's what we're talking about when we're saying letting people alone lets the evil happen. Okay, what do these things do?
Anakin, can you pass the
Oh, I
charge
gotta
between
replace the batteries.
cells?
Okay. Can I shoot this to get rid of it?
Pew, pew.
I cannot. Okay. What can I do with this? Nope. Gotta leave it there. Can I move? Oh. Oh, I broke it. Oh, I was supposed to break it. I mean...
Couldn't Obi-Wan go missing somewhere safe and quiet?
I wouldn't be surprised if there was a theocracy party in the United States. Considering recent events, I wouldn't be surprised at all if there's a theocracy party in the United States.
This factory was huge.
You would need to be a perfect and holy being to rule, which is a nice side benefit of Christianity, although the reason isn't clear. To be a Christian and part of a kingdom run by such a being will eventually rule in a theocracy. Yeah, that's Canada. Canada has that. I think I talked about it on TikTok, but the queen is ordained by God, technically, on paper. So that's, you know, a theocratic monarchy right there.
That back online from over here.
R2, you still there, buddy?
Okay, I'm just gonna hang out here and become a droid. What do I need to do as a droid? Do I need to go back? The queen isn't God or perfect, but short of God coming down to earth and ruling, having a ruler assigned by God seems to be the next best bet. Oh, where am I going? Okay, that was the wrong move. I gotta get across, so I gotta jump sooner. And that's been, ooh, is that a mini kit? That's a mini kit. I can't get that, I don't have a gun. All right, blue milk. And that's been the basis of rule for like thousands and thousands of years, is such and such king is ordained by God, such and such king is ordained by God. But then we have multiple leaders that are ordained by God. Yeah. That is a tough one, right? Because also, not Christian, Hitler was very Christian. He was very pro-Jesus in what he said, right? So are we supposed to look at what he did, the actions that he took, as a reflection of his Christianity? Is that part of the will of God? I think some people would argue that it is. I think some people will argue that it isn't. I don't know where I'm supposed to go next. Am I supposed to go back to this platform? Okay. Oh, I get it. I get it. Okay. I'm supposed to just go back and forth between these platforms so I can avoid these lasers.
Look, we can get the belt back online for Master Anakin and Miss Padme.
Which book is that, if you don't mind me asking? If you know what it is. Ah, it's Yoda. And now it's gone. Is it going to be somebody else? That's Count Dooku. Looks like Count Dooku. Hitler's religion. All right, yeah, double check and let me know. Because from his speeches and from his book that he wrote about himself, he seems very, very Christian. Now, this could be a case of two completely different religions coming from the same source, like we were just talking about. No, I didn't want to. I wanted to use the computer, not cut in half.
Where do you come up with these ideas?
Because then it's easy. Like, once your religion is divided, it's super easy to say that there's a right way and a wrong way of doing the religion. But if the authority has already come and gone, right? In the case of Islam, if Prophet Muhammad has already come and gone, in the case of Christianity, if Jesus has already come and gone, then who's looking at the current state of the religion and saying this is the correct way of doing it? So it's still a part of Christianity. Still a part of Christianity. Even if we disagree with it, which we do, right? It's still an aspect of Christianity. It's still informed by Christianity, right? And that's something that I have to wrestle with all the time as a Muslim. Are you kidding me? I have the same religion as the Wahhabis. I have that to share with them. That sucks. That sucks. And part of my... Ooh, okay. Okay.
Burning furnace.
This is a fun little workaround. And part of my volunteer job in religious education is making sure that my students know what the differences are, right? Just because we are a Muslim doesn't mean we have these beliefs, doesn't mean we have these practices. And here's how we reckon with that, right? Yeah, it sucks. It really sucks when people use the religions that we follow for violence. I know. Right? But we can't just dismiss it, right? Those beliefs and those practices come from somewhere. Right? And I've spent a lot of time, because I was forced to, because I was a Muslim living in the United States, I spent a lot of time learning about these aspects that I don't like, where they come from, and why people follow them, right? To make sure that I don't fall in the same trap, to make sure my students don't fall in the same trap. Did I really miss that last arrow? Right? I'm gonna copy this into my Chrome so that I have it for later.
I'm serious now. Where is your manager? Is he on break? This factory should be shut
Let's see if they have
down.
other chapters. Ah, I'm gonna get hacked. Battle droids? Super battle droids. See if I can be Anakin and play defense here. I guess I can't. They ran up too close. Did he? I missed it. I still can't hear the game, you guys. Okay. That's okay. I'll add it to the reading list and I'll take a look at it. And then we can talk about it when I go back to building, because this game is going to take me the rest of the month. But it's always interesting to look at the different interpretations of religion. What builds are in the future? The firehouse, the fire station, is the next one on the list because people voted for it, and then I had a bit of an emergency and I didn't get a chance to build it. So the fire station is next. Oops. Oh no, that was on purpose. Okay. Let's build these quickly.
This way. Come on.
The fire station is next. And then what's after that? After that, speaking of religion, I want to be Padme. Make me Padme. Okay. Speaking of religion, what's next is the Prince of Persia sets. So I have 4 out of the 5 Prince of Persia sets. And I wanna do a religious sort of conversation when I build those, because Alamut Castle, I have it right there actually. Alamut Castle is very important to Nizari history, and there are Nizari characters in this set. This is because it's based on a movie that's based on a video game that's based on historical literature. It gets a pass from Lego's whole no religion thing. But it's I like it a whole bunch because it's my religion. Oh, nope, can't be Anakin? No, can't be Anakin. Just gotta run. Just gotta run. I didn't know R2 could bunk. I thought he was gonna zap just like BB-8.
See anything? Can you shut it down?
So yeah, fire station is next. And all this is dependent on me finding a place to live, because I'm still doing that.
Don't move, Jedi. Take them away.
Mission propose emergency powers to the Supreme Chancellor.
As my first act with this new authority,
Sorry.
I will create a grand army of the Republic to counter the increasing threats of the Separatists.
I will take what Jedi we have left and go to Geonosis and help Obi-Wan.
Visit I will. The cloners on Kamino.
When did this book come out? 2016. Okay. It's not at my library, and I don't know why. Yeah, he did. Super subtle, right? Alright, I'll have to go back and get those challenges. Yeah. Representation is important, but like, it's crazy because I'm part of like a minority group, like a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of the Muslims, and we have so much representation. It's crazy. We have a video game based off of us. We have Lego sets based off of us. We have the actor in the movie that's also in the Lego set is half one of us. And now Miss Marvel. We got Miss Marvel. If you guys watch Peacemaker, we also have Rizwan Munji, the janitor from Peacemaker. Like, overrepresented in the media today. It's crazy.
You need to live somewhere?
It is super cool, but I'm starting to feel bad for the other Muslims. Like, where my Zaydis at? Where my Ithnashiris at? It's just us. Yeah, better than not at all. I guess, like, with Miss Marvel, she has to be Muslim, right? So it's cool that they picked this specific flavor, even though Miss Marvel is not this specific flavor of Muslim. And I don't know who else is cast. I'm really super excited about Miss Marvel because we went to the same mosque growing up. Granted, we grew up 10 years apart, and I moved away before she was born. But, you know, still feels nice. Oh. This is the squad. Are we about to arrest the Chancellor? No, that's the next movie. Why am I with the squad? Same mosque, yeah, same mosque. You know, but still 10 years apart, so not that cool. Never met her, but, you know, same mosque. When that casting announcement, all the WhatsApp groups lit up. I don't know what the Christian equivalent of a WhatsApp group is, but that's something that brown people do. Oh, we're going to Geonosis to save Obi-Wan. This wasn't in the movie. I get it now. That's what I found really cool. I didn't feel comfortable commenting this on your TikTok because those are public, but you have the exact same speech pattern as two of my best friends from high school, which doesn't happen often, by the way, as you pointed out. But yeah, so that's what I thought. Facebook group or a Facebook mom group. Yeah, so that was like a blast from the past when I started watching your TikToks. So I'm like, this guy has the exact same speech pattern as two of my best friends from high school. They were brothers, so they had the same. So one of them had what you have, and the other one, because he grew up with his brother, developed it, even though he doesn't have it naturally. It was cool. It was cool to hear. That was a compliment. In case that little tangent was unclear, that was meant as a compliment. I appreciate. Yeah. 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 Most people can't change their voice, so no point in really complaining. I mean, don't exclude yourself from getting a voice acting job, right? That might be it. I'm not a speech pathologist, so I don't know what specifically causes different affects, but ooh, can I be? Yes, I can. So I don't know what causes different affects, but I just think it's cool to hear the differences. Pew. Is that a Kyber brick? Yes, Kyber brick. Okay, let's go back to being musical. Actually, since we're here, let's be Ray. Yeah, I'm not sure, again, not a pathologist, I'm not sure what the overlap is between dyslexia and speech, but your pronunciation is not, it's, what's the word? It's not comorbid because you're not going to die from it, but it's, they often happen at the same time, even though they're not caused by each other. It's that.
We decided to come and rescue you. Good job.
Again, silly is a bit of an overstatement, right? Just like we have beauty standards in the media, we also have speech standards in the media. And we have different patterns that we recognize as sophisticated speech or unsophisticated speech. When really it's just differences, right? We can't put a moral value on how someone speaks. As much as people like to try. That's nice.
Just relax.
That's always a good feeling. I feel like a lot of people could use some of that, especially looking at media criticisms nowadays. Okay, let's try again. Yeah, non-binary pagans. There's got to be some of those in Merlin, right?
What large claws you have.
I don't know, because pagan is sort of a catch-all term, and I think it originally started as a pejorative, but there are different types of pagan. so I'm not sure what specifically would be considered representation in media for you. I don't know if I needed to do that. Was Obi-Wan still chained up? Oh, Anakin's still chained up. I gotta save Anakin.
Here, boy. Which one first, Master?
Take your pick. I'm not too fussy. Good job. Really, this time.
Okay. Let's do this guy.
Come on, Kenobi. Your Padawan is watching. This is an interesting
All right.
approach.
Wait, am I the Reek? Defeat the Reek next to an Acklay. Oh, okay. I'm not supposed to be in control of this guy. Okay. This is a Nexu. Learning this for the first time.
It's working. We're hurting it.
Unfortunately, Anthony, you speak English. If you spoke a language like Arabic, it wouldn't. The word order doesn't matter because everything is declined properly. You know exactly what a sentence is saying no matter what the word order is. And there's a few languages like that. I think Hebrew is like that as well. But for dyslexia and speech impediments, and I don't know the word for what you're describing, but for that, English is just... Oh, it's not helpful. It's not helpful for people who even are fluent. I have a degree in English and I'm still bad at it. Let's be honest. Oh. Yeah, like here in North America, people, when they're assuming pagan, they're looking at Norse pagan or Celtic pagan or Druidism or something like that. It's unfortunately it's very Eurocentric. But coming from a Muslim community, paganism would refer to the polytheists of pre-Islamic Arabia, or even Zoroastrians, who are on paper considered to be people of the book. They're still considered to be monotheists in Islam on paper. But a lot of people culturally consider them pagans. So it really depends on how you go of what the belief system is. Right? I've had people even call me a pagan for being the specific flavor of Muslim that I am. Yeah. I get like that when I speak. I mix up words that sound similar. Not so much when I'm reading. That's why TikTok is so hard. Is because I like rehearse and I practice.
This party's over.
I change the lines. And then I still mix up words. And sometimes that makes it through the edit. So I'm like, ugh. Sometimes it makes it through the edit, but the two words are close enough that I'll just fix it in the subtitles or throw out the word. Sometimes I have to like refilm the whole thing. That's exactly what pagan is. It's an exclusionary term. It's not. Pagan seems to be the religious people who are before Christianity. Yeah, right? Pagan describes what came before Christianity. It describes what came before Islam. It describes what came before Hinduism in Hindu places. It's just whatever not the majority is. And unfortunately, yeah, it's to celebrate the execution. You guys don't celebrate executions with cake?
Bounty hunter!
Isn't that what Marie Antoinette was for?
This bounty hunter is
Sorry, that was a bad joke.
Well, he's up against one of the most skilled Jedi alive.
Does he mean me or you?
Oh, that's a breakable wall. I need to come back as Rey to get that wall. Too soon? Too soon for the Marie Antoinette thing? Why? Is Marie Antoinette back? Did I miss something? Oh, the cake of death. Yeah. I'm starting to see a lot of French Revolution posts on social media, like on Twitter and TikTok. So I'm like, I feel like I'm out of the loop. Are we French Revolutioning? Yeah, it's still current. It's the death part. It's the death part that I'm wondering about. Because if we're eating the rich, then by all means, I have a Galaxy's Edge spork that I haven't used yet, but I just haven't gotten the memo. That's the only issue. I'm supposed to be killing Jango Fett, not droids. I get distracted so easily. The Galaxy's Edge spork. Yeah, have you seen it? It's so cool. It's just a spork. It's, I think, steel. It's a really heavy spork. Yeah, Google it. Actually, hold on. It's show and tell this stream. Okay, psych, haven't even opened it. While we talk about Galaxy's Edge, yes. Thanks, little taters, keeping me on my toes. Blue milk break, for sure. Okay, this is the Galaxy's Edge spork. It says spork on it. It says, it's in Arabesh, it says, I don't know what it says. It says spork. The big thing says spork. And then this here says Docking Bay 7, which is where you get it. Docking Bay 7 is the restaurant there. I haven't even taken it out of the plastic yet. So it's just a very Star Wars looking spork. That's all it is. And it's really heavy. Heavier than the camping sporks that I have. And it comes in a cool carrying case. That's it. That's all it is. It's just a spork. Oh my goodness. I gotta go back to Galaxy's Edge, you guys. I miss that place so much. Alright, where's Jango? Just like... cool random thing on a utility belt, for sure. If it had like a clip on it, or like a hole that you could put a carabiner through, that would be external cosplay. Did I just die? Why did I die? I missed a QuickTime event. Where am I? Okay. I'm Kit Fisto now. Where's Jango Fett? You know where I should go? Stop trying to make me go to Edmonton! Yeah, so my next trip down to Florida is scheduled in August. And the zoo Lego thing closes in August. So I will have to go to Edmonton before I go to Galaxy's Edge.
It takes more than fireworks and a jetpack
Just to see the
defeat
zoo
a
thing.
Jedi.
And also apparently the 2 Lego stores that are there. Because I didn't know there was one at South Center. I thought it was just the one at West End. I don't like this camera angle because I can't see the QuickTime events. Yeah, definitely go all out if you go. Depending on how you define all out. So last time I went for a family reunion. Because my parents live there. So it was the first time that my entire, like all of my siblings and my parents and my niece were in the same city, and we went to Disney World for the 50th anniversary. Yeah, I didn't know until, I think yesterday somebody commented on my TikTok, and I'm like, there's not 2 in Edmonton. Edmonton doesn't deserve 2. But they have 2. But Calgary was still the first one in Canada, so we win in that regard. Yeah. So we went for a family reunion, and we went all out. I had no budget, so I like this shirt. This is a $70 shirt from Disney World. I have like 10 of these. So I bought a bunch of Spirit jerseys. I bought a bunch of random stuff that I don't need. I got a lightsaber. I got this spork. Yeah, I'm in Calgary. That's why I don't want to go to Edmonton, because I'm in Calgary. That's the whole point. We have like a rivalry, I guess. Yeah. It's definitely safer to have a budget. It's like feels like 4 hours. It's like it's a 2-hour drive, right? It's a 2-hour drive up to Edmonton, but it's 4 hours total both ways. And I have a baby I need to worry about, so I don't know if she can handle the distance.
I will take the designs to Coruscant. They will be much safer there.
If Dooku escapes, rally more systems to his cause. He will.
Look over that! It's Dooku!
Oh, you will. You will for sure. Yeah, that sounds about right. 2.5 hours. I think last time I went it was about 3 hours because I have medical issues, so I had to stop a bunch on the way.
Follow that speeder.
It's not terrible, but it's not ideal, right? So I'll have to figure out a way. I mean, it's not my kid. No, my brother and his wife also live here in town, and they have a kid, and I don't have a car, so I use theirs, which means that if we're going to Edmonton, then the kid has to come too. I don't want to stay in my ship. I want to go visit Count Dooku. I have Lego here.
That stronghold up ahead.
I have Lego here. I have a Lego store here. I have a Lego basement here. You want me to see somebody else's Lego? Are you kidding me? That I don't even get to build? I'm joking. I do want to see the zoo exhibit or the zoo show that they have there. No. I like the kid. We're learning how to make sounds and use our thumbs. It's great. But no, I definitely want to go. And because it's a zoo, the kid also likes zoos, so we'll make a whole... I say the kid likes zoos, the kid doesn't know what zoos are. The mom likes zoos, so we'll probably make a whole trip out of it anyway. But last time I checked, Edmonton Zoo doesn't have dinosaurs. Calgary Zoo does, so... I don't know, man. I don't know. Is there I'm gonna see if I can get this Kyber brick. This. Oh, I need to be there. I didn't want to see somebody else's Lego. Zoos are zoos. Your museum has dinosaurs, but does your zoo? That's the kicker. Because animals in the museum don't move. Animals in the zoo do, and that includes dinosaurs. And it's May, which means next week the dinosaurs are gonna start moving again. They're robot dinosaurs, spoilers, but they were closed for the winter and they're gonna open up again next week. Yeah. Is this, which museum is this? Because I've been to the ooh, hold on. Oh, I thought that was the Wandering Wookiee. Okay, I'll come back to that later. You know, if it didn't go that well, then why did they make 5 movies? 6 now. If dinosaurs aren't a good idea, why did they make 6 movies? Why did they reopen that theme park twice?
Good to see you're alive. We were following Dooku this way, but we took a direct hit. Knocked us out of the sky like a sack of Corellian spuds. This gunship isn't much use now, so if you need it for parts or Jedi business, help yourself.
Okay, I guess I can use this for parts. Oops, sorry. Okay. I don't know why they would do that. That's kind of the point of museums, right? Is that it has information in addition to the cool stuff so that you know what you're looking at. The speaking of royal museums in Alberta, the Royal Tyrrell Museum recently, like a few years ago, redid all of their information cards, and they got the illustrator from Kyrgyzstan from the In a Nutshell YouTube channel. So they're all like super crisp and super clean, and they look very cool. You compete with video games or something stupid like that. Yeah, probably. You know how you could compete with video games as a museum? Put video games in your museum. Or not video games, but like put activities and scavenger hunts and fun things to do while you learn the information, instead of just looking at stuff. Interactivity, exactly. Not just interactivity, but interactivity with some sort of reward. Like points or stickers or progressing through a story.
It matters not, so long as
all of those things.
Please the planet.
I gotta go all the way up there? Post it on TikTok. If I don't see it within 24 hours, tag me on TikTok, because I want to hear that rant. I gotta move this a little bit closer. I would love to hear that rant. Because I have a similar rant about how kids... Oh, I'm supposed to put them here. About how kids aren't allowed to do anything anymore. But it's very similar to one of the rants that I've heard online about the metaverse. So yeah, see, that's the thing, is like the museum should have enough information, or if they don't have room to put it on the plaques in the exhibit, or they don't have room to put it in the exhibit, then they should have educated tour guides. Definitely. I'd love to hear your opinion on that, Hyan. Because last time I went to like a proper museum to have a proper museum experience was 2019 in Toronto. And what made it so good is that I had a tour guide that actually knew what he was talking about. Yeah, that's fine. I love talking about play, man. And I feel like adults need to play more. I feel like I've said that in a TikTok already. That grown-ups need to play more. I was in a tour group, and it was me and some local Torontonian who was there because it was free on Wednesdays. And I was also there because it was free on Wednesdays. You think I'm gonna fly to Toronto and pay to visit a museum? Yeah, it's hard to find museums that are like interesting, unless it's like a specific niche. Like Coco in Florida has a Wizard of Oz museum, and I think it's the largest private collection of Wizard of Oz stuff in the world. Right? So if you're into Wizard of Oz, that's a cool thing to do. So I was in this tour group with this guy who just did not care about anything, but the tour guide did. So he took me through every single artifact and every single thing and explained the history of every single thing that we looked at, and it was amazing. And then at the end he pointed out that I had a typo in my tattoo, and that was less amazing, but it was still amazing. The Holocaust Museum has that. The Civil Rights Museum in Atlanta has that. They have their main section is an overarching narrative, and then they have separate like temporary exhibits that you can go check out as well. You know what? The Museum of Puppetry Arts in Atlanta also has that, where it's not a guided tour, but it takes you through the chronological history of puppets. And then they also have their separate exhibit. When I went, it was for Dark Crystal, because Dark Crystal had just come out on Netflix. So they had their whole chronological history of puppetry that you could go through, and then they had a separate exhibit just for Dark Crystal.
Doesn't have many guests.
Yeah. That's when you said that in the chat, that's the first thing that came to mind was the queues at Disney. Because the queues at Disney are often shaped like museums, but they tell a story. Like the Ride for Dinosaur, the queue for that is literally a dinosaur museum. But you go from learning about the period in general to learning about specific dinosaurs to there's a display for each dinosaur that you encounter on the ride, right? So it's like a setup and a payoff. You learn about these dinosaurs and then you run away from these dinosaurs. I'm gonna do the trap.
Wise move, Master.
I didn't know that's what they meant by light trap. That's so funny.
I can feel him too, Master. Oh, sorry, that's just you. It's very
Yeah,
dark in here.
I like.
He is highly skilled. We will need
That's
to be
fine.
at our best to defeat him.
I'm not a huge fan of computer screens
Welcome, young Jedi.
for interactivity. For the same reason that I'm not a fan of VR for interactivity, is it doesn't feel real.
We'll take him together.
You need to
You
use
go in
like
slowly on the left.
No, Anakin, no!
more senses than just
My Jedi
what you
powers
get
are
with a
far
computer
beyond.
screen, right?
Now
I
back
went to
down.
I don't think so.
the Van Gogh exhibit. It's a traveling exhibit that shows off some of his art. And there was one section where his art is just printed out, because it's all in the public domain. You can just do that. His art is printed out, but it's backlit. So you can see the texture, and you can see the brushstrokes, and you can see the color really vividly. And then those are hanging like in three-dimensional space. So you can go in front of them and behind them. And in addition to those, there's just a bunch of empty frames that are also hanging around. And that I felt was really, really immersive.
Or are you tired already?
And then the second section was just a blank room with his paintings projected onto the wall. And they were animated, and that was cool, but I feel like that was less immersive than being able to have physical paintings in front of you, right? And also I learned a lot more from the physical paintings and the write-ups that came with them than I did from the so-called interactive part, which was just a blank room. But that's just my opinion. Right? I feel like museums especially, because they're physical spaces, you gotta use that physical space, right? If I went to Body Worlds and it was just a bunch of pictures of anatomy, I would be so pissed. Mini kit. Yeah, that's the other problem is the best way to learn about the world around you is to experience the world around you and to see things and find things and touch things and meet people and talk to people and touch people. But now, with their consent, touch people with their consent. But now, we haven't been able to do that for the last few years. And we still need to look at, not necessarily legislation, but private... Not necessarily legislation, but what private companies and private areas decide to do post-pandemic, to see if that's even going to be an option ever, right? Because this is kind of like what I was talking about in my Assassin's Creed video. I mentioned it in the Assassin's Creed video, of this idea of using temporary chaos to sow permanent control. And the pandemic is one of these examples where a lot of the, company policies that arose in the pandemic are not going to leave after the pandemic, right? When it comes to things like employment, when it comes to things like work from home, these are temporary measures that have now become staples in our lives, right? So public spaces lost a lot of funding during the pandemic. Are they going to get that funding back? I don't know, right? That's one of the scary things about the world that we live in, right? And I mentioned the Patriot Act in the TikTok as well, because all the TSA stuff was supposed to be a temporary measure. It was put in for about 3 years. Here we are 20 years later, still taking our shoes off, right? So this goes to Hyan's point as well, is museums are underfunded. Libraries are underfunded. Education in general is underfunded. We've recently had a massive global event that has given people an excuse to cut funding even more. Are we ever going to get that funding back? Is the next question.
Why do you flee from us, Dooku? Are you scared?
Kenobi, have you taught him now?
The Patriot Act is one of those such things, right? But we were all on board. I wasn't on board. Enough people were on board when it happened that that people didn't get mad when it stayed.
We have to get him back down
right?
here.
And to bring it back to Star Wars, because this is a Star Wars stream, that's exactly what happened with Palpatine, right? He secured temporary measures, temporary vote of no confidence, made that a permanent position. Temporary emergency powers to the Chancellor, he made that permanent, right? He enacted a temporary military state to handle the Clone Wars. And then what do we see in the first episode of Bad Batch? Right? The militarized state becomes the temporary militarized state becomes a permanent militarized state. Right? This is why I love Star Wars when I'm talking about politics and religion. It's so on the nose. That's the exact way that Hitler came to power, right? Vote of no confidence, Chancellor, emergency powers to the Chancellor, martial law, permanent power until he died, right?
Powerful you have become, Dooku.
Same thing Palps did. Same thing that
I sense in you.
We might see here in Canada, or we might see in the United States, right? Because what Star Wars teaches us is that if you manufacture a conflict and then militarize against the conflict, you now have an excuse for a permanent standing military, right? And America, the United States already has that, right? They have a standing military. They have the largest standing military in the world. Funding and stuff. Thank you for joining, Anthony. It's always a fun time to have you in here. Thank you for your chats as well. I really appreciate that. I genuinely do. They have the most funded military in the world, the most military weapons in the world. And they have a militarized police force, right? So it's literally, it'll take 2 seconds to go full galactic empire in the United States, right? And that was a very real fear in the past few years, right? Because we saw an increase in this military action, we saw an increase in this division, and the Martial Law Act was always on the table, right? He was always threatening to do it, he was always being encouraged to do it. So we could have gone full Star Wars. See, that's what I'm unsure of, Ian, right? I don't think America becoming a dictatorship will mobilize these other countries, right? Because America is on its way with this, with both the right wing and the left wing, left-ish wing side of the government, right? UK's in on this, India's in on this, Australia's in on this, Brazil's in on this. Spain is working on it, Italy's working on it, China's already there, Russia's already there, right? So I think once America falls to a dictatorship, if it does, I hope it doesn't. Yeah, they had to literally invade another country. And a lot of the... Hold on, there's a...
What will you have, my old Padawan?
This is just the beginning.
I don't know what I would do to get my hands on that 1x1 round printed with the Death Star. Ooh, that would be such a good piece. Yeah, the reaction has been not that severe, right? And then a lot of the initial reaction wasn't about Ukraine at all. Right? A lot of the initial reaction from the international community was what's going to happen after Ukraine.
Everything is
right?
going as planned.
Yeah. No, yeah, reckless invasion. But the question on a lot of the international community's mind was what happens next. Aw, she replaced his hand. That's cute. That was a cute cutscene. So it was, if Russia gets away with invading Ukraine, if they get away with taking over Ukraine, then what happens next? Will they go for Armenia? Will they go for Georgia? Will they go for actual NATO countries? Right? Will they try to go for the rest of Europe? What's going to happen? Yeah. And that's exactly why they were concerned, because Hitler didn't just annex Belgium and be done with it. It was Belgium, right? It was one of those small countries by France. I don't remember US history, world history from my American public school. Right. They would, right? But that was also the concern. I did not see the uniforms that Russia had for May 9. Let me look those up. And cause storm online. Ooh. Nazi. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. That's... What? What? Same armband since 2012. Okay, so they're not official armbands. They're practice armbands, so you know what row you're in. Okay. This makes sense. Still a bit on the nose. Okay. Okay, that's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. That's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Because, like, they're using other numbered armbands as well. Right? And these are also numbered armbands. They could have done something different. But I don't think it's... I feel like that could just be a misstep. Right? I don't... As many terrible things as Russia is doing right now, I don't think this is one of them. This is so very obvious, right? This one is. That one's obviously Nazis. This one's very obvious. But also, if we look at the other armbands that they're wearing, it's red numbers, right? I think this one might be the best example if you look at it tiny, right? How do you make the numbers visible from a distance on a green uniform? You make them red. So, you know, it's yeah. What is this? This is the Daily Mail. I don't want to read the Daily Mail. And they've been using these armbands for forever, so red, black, and white though. Yeah. Yeah. I'm with Hyan here. I'm pretty sure this is just a massive oversight because this isn't even a recent thing, right? Yeah. This is sometimes you're accidentally a Nazi. It happens. It happens. They definitely could have done something different. I don't think having their practice bands, like if that was a uniform from don't clip that. If that was a uniform with that they were actually wearing in the parade, if that was part of the Victory Day parade, then yeah, totally. Hey man, I drive a Volkswagen. It happens sometimes. Thanks for the hydrate. I drive a Volkswagen. I like to peruse electron microscopes every once in a while. I like highway driving. We're all a little bit. I have a friend that used to work for Hugo Boss. It's inescapable. If they were invading Ukraine with that, yeah, I think that would have helped Ukraine's case, actually, because a lot of the initial reaction when they were taking POWs in Ukraine was explaining to the soldiers what was going on, right? So if they say if a Russian soldier rocks up with that armband in Ukraine and they get captured by the Ukrainians, they're going to be like, "Hey, you're hunting Nazis wearing a Nazi uniform. Think about that while we make you some tea and call your mom." That's probably the only optimistic thing that came out of the Russia-Ukraine news, is just the really, really mature response that Ukrainian civilians had when encountering these Russians face to face. Because I think when we talk about war and warfare, it's really easy to just talk about the leaders, just talk about the decision makers, and talk about their propaganda and their side of the story. So being able to see the people on the ground and be like, hey, this propaganda isn't working, right? That's a really reassuring thing to say. Because what Hyan said earlier, and I sort of glossed over it, he said, I don't trust any country at this point in my life. I want to, but I just can't. That is an example of how we as a world, as a global population, can overcome that mistrust, right? Because at the end of the day, there are more people than there are people in the government, right? So if we all work together, we've all seen Pixar's A Bug's Life. If we all work together, then we can dismantle this chokehold that these large institutions have over people, right? We don't have to believe the propaganda. Here's hoping indeed. I wanted to make a video about this on TikTok, but I'm not sure how to frame it yet. But I don't get mad. That's a lie. I try not to get mad at people who fall for propaganda. Historically, dismantling and rebuilding just gives different baddies in the government. Yeah. Build a giant bird machine, we beat Russia. Maybe. Are Russians afraid of birds? Did I miss something? Yeah. But yeah, I was saying I try not to get mad at people who fall for propaganda. Because falling for propaganda, falling for advertisements, falling for the more manipulative religious practices doesn't mean that somebody is stupid. It doesn't mean that they're weak, right? Because it just means that they're human and they have brains. And propaganda is designed to short circuit those brains. That's literally what it is. I work in marketing. I work in advertising. My job is to short circuit people's brains, right? I try to only use that superpower for good. I try to use it as little as possible, but you know what? It's a evil industry that I'm a part of. But like, there's a lot of things that people can do to sort of combat that, right? I went to a panel at South by Southwest in 2015 with a former white supremacist because I'm still very interested in extremism and terrorism and how it works and how it can be stopped. Realistically, how it can be stopped. And he said that the reason that he stopped being a white supremacist is that he was forced to talk to black people when he was in prison. And he was forced to do laundry with them, and he was forced to cook with them, and he was forced to work out with them, and he was forced to read with them, right? And that's how he realized that black people are people, right? He was forced to have an experience that humanized people that he had dehumanized. And that really resonated with me. Now, I don't want to force people to do anything, right? But, and yeah, representation is another way to do that. But in order for that to happen, without forcing it, we all have to take the first step, right? Individually, we have to take the first step and say, I am open to hearing about other people's experiences, right? He wasn't open to hearing about black people's experience. He was forced into it. Yes. No, that's what the research says, right? More diverse cities, more diverse schools, more diverse communities tend to do better, right, than rural areas. One of my friends is a doctor, and she was stationed in some small rural town in Alabama, and they had never met a brown person before. My friend was brown. She's from India. She was born in India. And just the types of things that they said that they believed because they had never met a person of color just astounded her, right? And so that's really what it comes down to, right? I don't have any kids on the stream, right? Okay, the wars, the international conflicts are really just dick measuring contests. That's all they are, right? You don't solve problems by going to war. Whoever wins the war is whoever's the least dead, right? And sometimes that's not even the case, right? With World War II. Thanks. A little bit late for that, Taters. But that's all it is, right? It doesn't solve problems, for sure. And when it comes to violent conflicts, the people on the ground lose 100% of the time, right? If we look at the war in Afghanistan, for example, who won the most recent war in Afghanistan? It wasn't the American people. It wasn't the Afghan people. It wasn't... Oh, that's fine. It wasn't the American people. It wasn't the Afghan people. It definitely wasn't the American soldiers that went there and died or were injured, either physically or emotionally or mentally, right? And it definitely wasn't the people of Afghanistan that fought or died or were damaged emotionally or physically or mentally, right? The people who fought the war, every single person who fought the war, lost the war. Every single one of them. Right? And in the case of Afghanistan, the United States government also didn't win the war. Right? It took them 20 years, and Afghanistan is back the same it was before they got there. Right? That is a very shameful thing for a government to have to do, right? So the only people that won the war in Afghanistan is BlackRock. No, but it's true, right? It's the people who weren't involved with the war who win the war, right? Not even the weapons manufacturers really won, right? They made a lot of money. They did a lot of R&D, but they didn't win as much as these shareholders who made even more money and didn't have to do anything, right? I don't know where I'm going with this. When I was sick last week for about 8 days, and so my YouTube autoplay was on, and I was watching just a bunch of left-wing stuff, like Hassan Piker and Sean and some more news, because that's what YouTube thinks I like now. It's left-wing propaganda and Tajik music. If I let YouTube run, that's what happens. And eventually, after a few hours, it gets to a Jenny Nicholson video, which is very nice. Unless you consider Jenny Nicholson left-wing propaganda, which, yeah, I can see that. Yeah, all political content on the internet is scary. Yeah, YouTube's a tough one. If we're looking at how much an algorithm knows a person, I think TikTok still has the number one spot. Because TikTok also cycles, right? Good. I'm glad. Firdos Ensemble, they're amazing. So here's the thing: is I don't follow. Oh, that's a typo that changes everything. TikTok knows and forgets so quickly because TikTok cycles, right? So I think the period is about every 2 weeks. I'm not sure specifically the time frame, but it will go narrower and narrower and narrower and narrower, and then it will take the micro niche that it has put you in and use that to seed a new genre. And then depending on your interactions, go narrower and narrower and narrower and narrower, then use that micro niche to seed a new starting point. So it will, like, over the course of 2 weeks, it will get very, very hyper specific, and then it'll just blow up again. Yeah. No, I feel you. I'm glad you corrected that before I commented on it. It can't tell you who you are on a different device. That's good to know. I only have TikTok on one device, but if I want to have two different niches going on, then I can try that. That explains a lot, actually, because I was going through TikTok on my PC, and the For You page on that was just random stuff. Definitely try it. Or even on the computer, or I don't know if you can do it on an iPhone, but on Android you can clear an app's cache, clear all the saved data out, and that might be able to start you over. Yeah, but the one thing that I don't touch on YouTube or on Twitch is Debate Bros. Isn't that the same thing? Clearing the cache and clearing the save data. I guess the cache is the temporary save data, and the save data is all of the save data. I don't know. I'm not a computer science person. Short term. Okay. Thank you for the hydrate. We're drinking some more blue milk. This is good. I'm glad I have a week's worth of this in my fridge. I gotta get rid of it too. I gotta drink it fast. Because I'm temporarily staying in my parents' place until I can find my own. And they might be coming back to town soon for a funeral, so I gotta clear out the blue milk in the fridge. Having a new. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, 2 phones on the same account. Yeah, I was gonna try that, but I have a work phone that has work TikTok on it because some of my clients started using TikTok, so now I need to check on them there. The tea with lemonade, like the specific tea with lemonade, I might have to try that because I have black tea lemonade all the time. That's my go-to from Starbucks, is black tea lemonade or espresso frap. Yeah, definitely try it out. That'd be a cool experiment for sure. Yeah. This was a fun stream. Last time we talked about costumes. This time we talked about politics. Who knows what we'll talk about next time? Yeah. The black tea lemonade, I don't know what specific tea they use, but the black tea lemonade is really, really good, especially unsweetened or lightly sweetened. We also talked about religion this stream, but we pivoted very quickly to the religious aspects of politics. So I'm curious as to what the next stream. But in the meantime, next Tuesday is going to be Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith. Oh, I didn't do any ad breaks. Hopefully you guys didn't see any ads. Because I didn't trigger any. But that's fine. We didn't have a good stopping point for that. I like that about my streams too. I've been watching other streamers, and they're usually one topic streamers, which I'm not a huge fan of. Yeah. I don't know how to turn off the pre-rolls. Like it's telling me on my on my thing that pre-roll is on. I just don't know how to turn it off. And then I have the option of triggering up to 3 minutes of ads, but I didn't think we had a good stopping point to do that. In the builds, it's easy because we have our bag breaks, but in the video games, I'm not so sure. Yeah, I'll let you know if I figure out how to turn them off. I don't know how to change the pre-rolls. Yeah. And I like talking about the game being played, and with my Lego builds, I would mostly talk about what was being built, like the pieces and the colors and stuff like that. But you know what? Unfortunately, I blew up for Lego. So that's sort of the expectation, right? Taters, you gotta message me on Instagram or something with which streamers you follow, because I'm looking to diversify. Build the art project Spaceman. Art project. Which art project Space? Oh, the minifig art. Oh, the Lego art with the astronaut. Yeah, man, isn't that like $200? I don't want to do that. Lego art to create together also includes instructions for... Yeah, the Lego art create together. 21226. That's $120. For dog. Yeah, I might. I don't know if I have the fingers for art, man. For Lego art. I did a dots. Switch to the forward camera. I did a dots, and this was murder on my fingers. Absolute murder for just this. I don't know if I could do a whole art. And it's got a little me on it. Oh, that's the wrong side. It's got a little me on it. A little Lego box. He does. I saw the video about not putting your finger like this and putting your finger like this. I haven't tried it yet, but like I already have nerve damage in my fingers, so building Lego can be very, very painful. So I like having piece variety. So that there's so I'm using different fingers and different pressure points. But you know, that's how it is. That's how it goes. And I gotta buy this Hitler book. Oh gosh, so many books. I still haven't finished the last book recommendation that I got on TikTok, which is about how dictionaries are made. It's a memoir about how dictionaries are made. It's very interesting. I just don't have the energy to read right now. So many books I need to finish. But the Hitler one's on the list now. Thanks for that, Ian. All right, it is 10:40 at night. We've been streaming for about 3 hours and 40 minutes. What, the dictionary thing? That's what the book is about. It is about how boring making a dictionary is and how this dictionary writer made it interesting, right? It's a true story, autobiography about how somebody made dictionary writing interesting. and the various anecdotes that they had from Merriam-Webster. Was it Merriam-Webster? Or was it from... No, it was Merriam-Webster. Yeah. In my defense, Hyan, it was recommended to me by a librarian on a video that I was talking about dictionaries and how stupid they are. So I'm already invested. Normal people. We can talk about normality until the cows come home. Yeah, dictionaries are stupid and I hate them and I hate the position that they have in society. That is my hot take for today. Ignore all the politics. Ignore all the religion that we've talked about. My hot take for this stream is that dictionaries are dumb. That one got a lot of negative feedback. That may be one of my most controversial TikToks I've ever made, is that dictionaries are dumb. People are so invested in dictionaries. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate that singular they recently got added, seeing as it's been in use regularly since at least the 1500s. Singular they is an old word. Going back to what Hyan was asking before about the difference between Allah and the divine, is singular they. I use singular they to refer to Allah and the divine. And that's a biblical scholar. Oh no, my mic cut out. I was fiddling with my mic, it cut out. I'm back now. So McLeland on TikTok is a biblical scholar. So he talks about literally analyses of the text of biblical text, right? And a lot of his most recent content is preachers who are less than accurate with their portrayals of the Bible on social media, and just him clarifying those. And it's really, really fascinating stuff. And he talks about how the Bible uses we and us to refer to the divine, and how that has had different interpretations over time. Silenced by my own microphone. That's why I repeated it directly after being muted. And so one interpretation is that there is some sort of noble we, that beings of precedence use we instead of I just because of how cool they are. Like the royal we, right? At the Lego store, we were told to use the royal we when referring to the Lego company. Right, and one interpretation is the Trinity, right? But more accurate to the time, using other contemporary literature, McLeland points out that we is used to describe God. The word we is used to describe God as a representation of singular plurality, right? I said right, like that's an easy concept to grasp. Being both singular and plural at the same time, right? And this is a concept that has made its way into Islam as well. So in Islam, the Quran uses the singular first person, what is grammatically plural, but practically singular first person pronoun. It uses we as well. Great word association, Podius. Yes. The Trinity from the Matrix is also the Trinity from the Bible, and she is very complicated. So there's this idea, and this is part of the reason why I use the divine instead of Allah, is that there's this idea of singular plurality, right? So when people get mad at singular they, I like to chuckle from my religious perspective because singular they is not a new concept, and I like to chuckle from my English major perspective because singular they is not a new usage. I don't know why that went back to the Chrome share. I just added the Hitler book to my cart, and now it's telling me to get a foot massager. Yeah. Yeah, so singular they has a whole history, which I think Jen Zafaris covered on TikTok as well. I watch too much TikTok. And grammar is classist and ableist and racist, and so is table manners. Everything. This is kind of doomerism to say, but everything that we have in the world today can at some point be traced back to some sort of discrimination, right? The language that we use, even the English language in general, is based on discrimination. It's Germanic for the lower class and it's Latin for the upper class, right? That's why if you're poor, you live in a house, but if you're rich, you live in a mansion, which is Latin. Or if you're a poor farmer, then you encounter cows, which is Germanic, but if you're a rich person that only encounters cows when you eat them, then it's beef, which is Latin, right? It's amazing how these power structures just continue forever. Singular you. We need to bring back singular you. That's what we need to do. Singular is a crime. Because just like Shakespeare used singular they, he also used singular and plural you, but he used them for he used them singular and plural, but he also used them for respect and disrespect, which is how they're still used in French today with tu and vous. People use you as plural. You is plural. The singular version of you is thou. So if I'm referring to thou, Hyan, or you, followers. You chatters. Thou Podius, thou Hyan. Thou art of the many chatters. You. Yeah, so that's something that's changed. I'm talking about the difference from 500 years ago. But now regionally, we have different uses of you. All of you, all y'all, y'all. That makes it sound like King James. That's on purpose. Because the King James Bible is based on Middle English, which is the English. So the King James Bible was written right after Shakespeare died. It was being written while Shakespeare was busy dying. I say y'all too. I grew up in Colorado. I say y'all. Thank you for the hydration check. So the King James Bible was written while Shakespeare was on his way out. It took like 11 years or something to write. And Shakespeare is the first time that we see modern English. Shakespeare is considered modern English, the same species of English that we're speaking today. But the King James Bible was written in Middle English, which was in the process of being phased out by modern English, right? King James Bible was written in a way to make it sound more authoritative and old. At least that's Hyan, you are exactly correct. So it was written in a language that people weren't speaking anymore, casually in conversation, to give it that sense of old world authority, right? So in that time, thou and you in Middle English were used as singular and plural. But in modern English, thou and you were used for disrespectful and respectful, right? It was occasionally used, like on formal occasions, it was used singular and plural still. But the new edition was to use it like, the example that I always pull is from Romeo and Juliet. Thou art a villain, Romeo. Or wherefore art thou, Romeo? right? It's a casual you. Whereas you is the formal you, right? So Hein, you are completely right about the King James Bible. Is it uses singular and plural yous to sound older. The usage of the word you and the usage of the word thou changed literally at the same time as the King James Bible was being compiled. Like literally at the same time. So yeah, that's and then as an added bonus, we have the French translations of the Bible that came slightly before the King James, because French also has informal singular you, which is tu, sorry, wrong accent, tu, and then they have formal and plural you, which is vous. And publishers of the Bible in French made the conscientious decision to use tu, the singular informal, to refer to God, whereas traditionally it would have been vous because formal, right? And also plural if you're translating from the Aramaic or the Greek, right? So vous would have worked, but they chose to use tu instead, and this was to help people relate more to Christianity, right? They wanted to promote this idea of a personal God, someone that's going to come to your rescue and be with you and stay with you, somebody that you can talk to, somebody that you can interact with. That's the idea of God that they wanted to portray. So they switched it from vous to tu. Now, I don't know specifically if there was a connection between these French Bibles and the English Bible, because the King James Bible is compiled from Latin and Greek and Aramaic and French and whatever other languages were available. King James and his scholars took any biblical resource they could find to make this version. So it might have been influenced that as well, right? The thou might have been to make God more personable. But yeah, now, 500 years after the King James Bible was published, thou sounds very regal because that's the way the King James Bible made it, right? But when you're reading Shakespeare and you come across thou, that's not a compliment. That's a mean thing to say to somebody in a Shakespeare play. But you know, in the language before Shakespeare, it was also a very disrespectful thing to say to somebody. But it sounds old and regal, and that's why King James used it. Sorry, I gave a whole lecture about this as well. Because even in Islam and today in our translations, we have some translations that use thou to refer to God, which is not allowed in Islam. And it was used because it sounds fancy, because of the King James Bible, right? But really it is disrespectful. It's a disrespectful thing to say. In modern English. In Middle English, it's either disrespectful or singular. Yeah, man. Finally putting my English degree to use, huh? On Twitch. I feel like Dr. K. Went through all this schooling just to talk about it on Twitch. That's good stuff. I want to thank you, all of you who are still here, for still watching. The game's over. The Lego's over. We're just chatting now. Sat here for 3 hours just talking with you about random stuff. Hey, man, that's what I'm here for. That's exactly what I'm here for. I don't... I have so many fun things to talk about and so many fun questions to ask and so many fun things to learn about, and I don't get to do that in the world. I get to do that on TikTok and I get to do that on Twitch. I don't get to do that at work. I don't get to do that with friends. So... Me too. Me too, Hyan. I love having my beliefs pushed. Especially when I get to push back. I love pushing back. Am I allowed to quote this? I'm allowed to quote this. So, the current Nizari leader, in a speech no, not in a speech, in an interview that he gave, said that if faith is to be part of one's life, it needs to come under constant questioning. And it's not questioning to disprove, it's questioning to understand. So I consider myself a very religious person. Not a very faithful person, but a very religious person. So in that vein, I feel like I have a responsibility to question everything. And it hasn't let me down yet. Right? And again, questioning to understand, right? Not questioning to disprove. Some things, some ideas that I come across do not hold up to scrutiny, right? Especially when we're looking at politics, especially when we're looking at constructed messaging like copywriting and advertising and stuff like that. Yeah, 100%. Blind faith leads to self-destruction 100%. But one way to get rid of blind faith is to constantly question and to constantly learn. And you'll find that blind faith, whether it's religious blind faith or tribalism blind faith or political blind faith or whatever, blind faith doesn't hold up to scrutiny. And sometimes when I'm on these journeys and I'm asking questions and I'm learning, I get a little bit jealous of the blind faith people, I'm not going to lie. Because it seems like they have it a lot easier, right? Did the chat just go away? The chat just disappeared from the screen. It'll come up again. Because people with blind faith have it easier, right? They don't need to work to get the sense of comfort that comes with belief, right? Because believing in stuff is great. You don't have to worry about it anymore, right? Hi, and that's where the phrase ignorance is bliss, that's what that phrase is for, right? But the problem with questioning, the problem with curiosity, the problem with learning is that once you start, you can't stop. And this is a problem that I run into with my students all the time because they want to stop. They want to ask a question, get an answer to the question, and then stop learning. And I have to remind them that once they ask a question, they can never stop. They can never stop. And they get mad because they're teenagers. Teenagers like to get mad at stuff. Yeah, it's a blessing and a curse, right? The only thing that we can sort of look forward to, the only thing we can hope for in that spot, when we get to that spot, is that we continually have the resources we need so that learning isn't hard, right? That's why I keep stocking up on books, right? And that's why I sort of have the mindset that I have, which I lifted wholeheartedly from Bill Nye the Science Guy. The idea that everyone you will ever meet knows something that you don't. That's the Bill Nye quote. And then I like to add on that it's our job to learn it from them, right? So what I do to ease that struggle of constantly having to learn is that I just want to make learning as easy as possible. Right? And that's part of the reason why I talk about what I do on TikTok and Twitch as well, is I want learning to be as easy as possible for other people. So if I've learned something, if I have struggled to learn something, I'm going to share it in the most accessible way I can, in the most accessible language I can. I didn't grow up with religion, but I've always felt like if I can convincingly debate the other side of an argument and still hold my beliefs, then I know I can safely stay fully in that something. Yeah. I know you said you didn't grow up with religion, but you've literally described the scientific method, right? One of my physics professors, back when I was in physics, back when I knew how to do school, I gotta lift this up a little bit. Nope, not gonna lift up. One of my physics professors said that science doesn't prove anything ever. Science never proves anything. Science disproves. And what's left what we call scientific theories, what other people call scientific laws, are just the least untrue thing that we have so far. Right? The least disproven thing that we have so far. Does that mean it's true? No. Does that mean it's correct? No. If something will come along and disprove it, then something will come along and disprove it. This is just the best that we have so far. Right? And this is why when I do engage in debates, I hate debating, but when I do, the first question that I ask is, how can I prove you wrong? Right? That's the litmus test. How can I prove you wrong? Because if the answer is, you can't prove me wrong, then I don't want to debate that person. Because they're operating from an uninformed place. They're operating from blind belief, right? If they believe that they cannot be proven wrong. But if their answer is, this is the way that I could be proven wrong, and it hasn't worked yet, then I'm more open to it, right? If you believe that your beliefs can be wrong, then you'll be more likely to figure out if they are wrong. And if you can't figure out if they're wrong, then they might be right for you. Yeah, debate. High school debate is one thing, but I'm a content creator now. And when we debate, it's a mess. It's a whole mess. Right. And yes, Ian, I have heard of LibriVox. I auditioned for LibriVox. I might audition again. I auditioned for Dante's Inferno, actually, to read it, a few parts in that. Hey, Taters, I've seen your content. I've seen your outfits. And I think, you've got what it takes. It's not really an audition, but if it's your first time recording, you do have to send in a test recording. Just to make sure that the audio quality is there, just to make sure that you are understandable as a reader. So it's kind of like an audition. Just to make sure it's not completely poop. Yeah, and the biggest things that they're looking for are just audio quality. So now that I'm going to move the camera because I don't want to move the mic. Now that I have this monstrosity with the windscreen on it, because my windows are often open and my fan is often on, I might try it again. I wrote an essay back in December. If you scroll past all my Lego TikToks, you'll see me talking about it. And because that essay is like 20 pages long, I also recorded an audio version of it, which was really fun to do. Why do you think celebrities and politicians don't get too deep? It's hard to do. Yeah, but also, have you seen when celebrities try to get deep? It's so wildly out of touch. It wouldn't make sense to somebody like you or me. What celebrities say to get deep. Constant clash between nuance and simple messaging. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it is. Since becoming a TikTok creator, I've had to use sometimes, or some of, or often, or frequently, or all of these clarifiers that make things less clear because of the nuance, right? So I can't say Muslims pray in a mosque. I have to say most Muslims pray in a mosque. Because a lot of Muslims don't. I don't. The Sufis don't, right? Yeah, but like, okay, don't go back to like my 2019 TikToks, please. But cosplay and fashion and even bounding, for that matter, is always something that I've been on the periphery of. That is like, that's the pool that I dip my toes in but never jump into, is clothing. Because I'm too scared. Right? I see stuff like yours, Taters. I follow so many cosplayers. Right? I look at anytime there's a documentary about the costumes of Star Wars, the costumes of Disney, I'm in it 100%. But I cannot trust myself to make that step. Right? So on top of your art being amazing, Taters, I'm speaking to you. I'm speaking to thou, Taters. The one, Taters. On top of your art being amazing, just the fact that you do it at all earns my respect, right? That's the one true, Taters. Yeah. One reason I think Twitter is bad. Yeah, Twitter is terrible for politics. I need to delete Twitter. I've only successfully cosplayed one character and I think I'm okay with that. Yeah. Minecraft Steve, totally. I think the first like full-on costume that I made was a Rakshi from Bionicle. That was my grade 5 Halloween costume and I made it out of cardboard and I was so proud of it. But it was terrible. It was so terrible. Mr. Peanut Butter hosting a game show. That's a good one too. Love to make a wearable Iron Man suit, but that's so. It is complex. But the thing about Iron Man and other popular characters about that is with the advent of 3D printing, people have just posted Iron Man armor that you can download and print. And some will say that that takes the fun and the creativity out of it. Sure. Yes, I saw that on TikTok. I can't do that either. I do not trust myself with sewing. All of my pants have holes in the pocket because I do not trust myself with sewing. Haters, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. You are the one that we are amazed at. Okay? I'm sure you can download a car if you want to. Actually, I think somebody downloaded a car. It was like 38 terabytes or something. There's lots of 3D models of cars. I wonder if there's a full-size car. I love that old MCU Iron Man suits because you could see the moving parts and it was designed to be practical. Thank you. Thank you. Even if they were like CGI in the later movies, the fact that it had moving parts and looked like it could exist, even if it couldn't physically exist, if it looks like it could physically exist, that is way better. Right? The moving parts made it feel real. Exactly. Same thing with Transformers. Even though Transformers were a mess of CGI, you could see the moving parts and that made it weird. That made it real. Yeah, and that's part of it too. Howard the Duck is MCU. He was in Guardians of the Galaxy and Endgame. Oh, the original movie. So this is... Take a look at this. I don't want to register the Independent, but Ivan Sench printed a car. He printed an Aston Martin. I'll try later. Oh, cool. I can see the whole thing. Okay. Sench, a programmer from Auckland, New Zealand. Shout out Auckland, New Zealand. The 80s one. Yeah. I haven't actually seen the 80s Howard the Duck. I've only seen clips. That one was another George Lucas joint. Thank you for the reminder. He downloaded a fan-made 3D model of a car, considering a design classic. There were less than 1,200 models of the car in existence, and their regular fetch prices well into the hundreds. I'm almost done one blue milk. And I'm taking big sips. That's fine. I'll have to watch it eventually, right? It's a Marvel movie. It's a George Lucas joint. I have to watch it eventually. Okay, so he didn't print the whole thing. He's printing the exterior of a car, using the prints to make molds, putting fiberglass in the molds, and then putting it on top of a Nissan Skyline. It's close, though. It's close, though. $2,000. It's very close. He's printing the exterior of a car. He's printing the shape of the exterior of a car that he can then turn into the exterior of a car. I saw the first few videos, but I haven't seen any updates since he put the plates together. You don't happen to remember his username, do you? Let's see if I can find him using the power of search engine optimization. Jeremy Rowland, that's who it is. Okay. So this was the last video that I saw on the 13th.
Alright, so everybody wants updates on the Lego Death Star, and I will update people as best I can. I had to run a bunch of tests to make sure these fit together. The first few that I printed out, I printed with supports. Then I had to sit there and dig all the supports out, and it was just way too much effort. I would be doing this for hours and hours. So then I printed another set without supports, and they bridged just fine. I thought they would droop down, but they don't. And then they snap together. Do this one-handed. So they snap together, they work. And now that I got that all figured out, I'm gonna start printing off the pieces for the first couple steps. So I got these plates, and then there's these black pieces and these wedge pieces. I got them all loaded up. I'm about to start printing them now, and I'll post an update once I get them all put together. And I've had thousands of people comment asking for updates, and maybe people can let me know what they think the best way to update is, because I thought about, my original plan was to print all 3,000 pieces first and then assemble it, but I'm thinking maybe I should just kind of do these like one page at a time, where I print the pieces needed for that page and then put it together.
Okay. Oh, this is the Lego Death Star update.
What's going on?
Lego Death Star updates are coming. In the meantime, I don't know what that is. Okay. So he's still working on it. which is nice. That page is multiple books. Did he say which one he's building?
So I have an idea that I might need someone to talk me. eBay for like 2,000.
10143. Okay. He's building the Death Star too. Only 100 pages? That can't be right. I guess it is. Yeah, it's 100 pages. So if he's doing it page by page, that's 100 updates, 100 prints. I forgot just how bad the old instructions were. This is such a headache to look at. Oh my god. Oh, those were handles. Handles to what? Like handles? To log into. What is that? A handle. Bloodborne Saw Cleaver. Oh, okay. So that must be... Is this a Bloodborne thing too? Okay. I don't know Bloodborne, so this is news to me. Hey, there's a tiny little Death Star. When did this set come out? 2005. This is an old set. I hope he updates soon. Go follow Dragonborn Jedi if you want to see someone 3D print a Lego Death Star, which I cannot imagine is cheaper than getting the pieces individually and building it. Pick a brick or Bricklink building that set would cost. It's got to be cheaper than 3D printing it, right? Going for $3,400. It's definitely quicker. Well, I guess if all the pieces are already modeled, because you can just download 3D models. No. So the set itself is going to run you $2,000 to $4,000 Canadian. That's an interesting. Don't know what it means. Yeah. Even the I was talking about the modulars on TikTok today. And how about ABS? How much is ABS filament? Because that's what Lego is made of. I don't know if he's using ABS, but that would be the closest approximate to get the clutch power. The modulars are going for $1,000 or $2,000 each now, which is unfortunate. Also, I have from the stuff from last stream. Speaking of 3D printing, the stuff from last stream, I don't have any updates. I still need to call the local 3D printer and get an estimate on cost. And then just order it from them instead of getting a 3D. Yeah. 1 kilogram each plastic. That's for 1 kilogram each plastic. eBay would probably be cheaper. Yeah, I don't know how much filament it takes to make a brick. I don't know how I would calculate that. Would it be by weight? How much does the Death Star weigh? Let's figure that out. Wait, it is 6.81 grams? That can't be right. That can't be right. It's not 6 grams. Yes. Yes, some Lego is biodegradable. They started back in 2013 or 14 or 15 when I worked there. Why did everything Lego start when I worked there? But they started with Plants from Plants was the first one. This set right here was the first set made out of plastic made from plants. Yeah, they've added some stabilizers and stuff in there. See, it says made from plant. Do they have any information on the box? Nope. Lego Plants from Plants set came out in 2018. Okay, 2018. Qualifying purchases must be equal or greater than 35%. Okay, no extra stuff. So in 2018, they released this set, which is made from plants somehow. I'm not a botanist. I don't know what the science is. But the issue was these plastics are not as rigid as the ABS Lego bricks. So they can't be used for brick building. So yes, these would not be aquarium safe. But after that plant set came out, it was very successful. They got a lot of positive feedback. And what happened was they decided to start replacing all of their plants with plant materials. So if you order a city set and there's like a tree or a bush, that's most likely going to be made out of plant materials. Or if you order a Star Wars set and there's like vines or leaves or something like that, all of the plant stuff is going to be made from plants now. Which is good. It's cute. But they could be I don't know what they're doing internally, but they could be researching more plant-based options. Yeah. So, speaking of putting Lego in an aquarium, this is in Legoland Billund. And they have an aquarium there. They also have a penguin exhibit for some reason. Yeah. So they have like fish and manatees and stuff. Not manatees, that's not a manatee. Stingrays. Sea flapjacks swimming around with actual Lego pieces that have been there for decades in the water. So if you're worried about people putting Lego in their fish tank, don't worry about people putting Lego in their fish tank. Because Lego puts Lego in their fish tank. Yeah. So they're moving to they're researching plant-based plastics for all of their bricks. Their plants are made out of plants. I think by now all of their plants are made out of plants. And then they're also switching to paper packaging instead of the plastic bags as well. So, and then in addition to that, they're also co-funding converting oil rigs in the ocean to wind farms in the ocean. I remember somebody asked me a question about Lego and sustainability on TikTok, but that was before all of my saved comments disappeared. The bricks seem to be safe for now, except for some of them. I've talked about it on stream before, but there was a shipping container that washed up in northern England, northern UK. So a lot of sea-based Lego has been washing up on the beaches of UK. And a lot of it is still intact. A lot of it is still buildable. Despite sloshing around in the ocean for decades. It was the launch of one of their sea themes, and it was the initial release. So it was supposed to be a bunch of sea Lego going out to different countries. This was back when they only had one factory. And now it's washing up in the ocean. And of course, I learned it from a Tom Scott video where he talks about it. And it's not just Lego. It was a whole cargo ship. So lots of other plastics and pollutions are washing up as well. But the Lego's more interesting, so that's what people are talking about. Hydrate with blue milk. I don't know why these hydrate notifications aren't showing up in the chat on screen. I gotta figure out how to fix that before the next. I have heard of that. I have heard of the rubber ducks washing up. I didn't look too much into the story, so I don't know too much about it. But it reminds me of the Boulder Creek Festival. When I was a little kid. Because at the Boulder Creek Festival, you could sponsor a rubber duck. And at the end of the festival, they will dump all the ducks into the Boulder Creek and have a duck race. So each of these rubber ducks is sponsored by somebody, and they have little numbers on them that you know which one wins. And if your duck wins, then you win a prize. I never won the prize. But I don't know, having a large number of rubber ducks on a body of water is just great. Maybe I'm biased because I grew up in Boulder, but I think it's fantastic. And yes, all of them are caught and cleaned up. They're monitored at all time. They're counted before and after just to make sure. See, they have little numbers on them, so you know who's who. Yeah. Did I ever see any of the giant rubber ducks? No. I keep missing them. There was one in Sydney, like right before I went to Sydney. There was one in Auckland right after I left Auckland. I keep missing them. I think there was one in Toronto for a little bit. Yeah. I keep missing them. I wonder if they're still a thing. If they're still traveling. Returning to Toronto last year. Is it just one? Is there only one rubber duck? Oh no, there's multiple. Oh, there's more than that. All right, France 2007, Sao Paulo, Brazil 2008, Japan 2010, Auckland 2011, Onamichi 2012, Hassel 2012, Sydney 2013, Hong Kong 2013, Pittsburgh 2013. That's the one that you missed. No, that's the one that you saw. That's the one that you saw in Pittsburgh. Okay. China 2013, Azerbaijan, okay, 2013. Taiwan, Parramatta. How did they get it to Parramatta? That's so far upriver. These are the tour dates, but it says that there's more than one. See, the size of the rubber duck varies. His largest rubber duck is in France, which is 26 by 20 by 32 meters, 105 feet. And the Beijing one was half the size. So there's multiple. How many rubber ducks are there? Wikipedia, you're failing me. It's PC. It's self-inflating. 16 ropes hold it in. A million people visited the duck in Pittsburgh. It's been stabbed 42 times. It was reinflated and again an exhibit on May 20th. And there's a fake one. There's a fake Canadian one. Cool. And of course, blocked in China. Are big. So it's coming back to Toronto last year. How many are there? How many giant rubber ducks are there? Will this article tell me? 6 stories tall. This is the fake one, isn't it? Yes. Okay, Canada has the fake duck, which is 6 stories tall. Okay. Google's not helping. Much like the Jedi Archives, if it's not on the first page of Google, it doesn't exist. But we have learned that there are multiple giant ducks, at least 3 of them. And additionally, there is one fake one, which lives in Toronto. Which makes sense, because a bunch of fake people live in Toronto. All right. I think we're starting to wind down here. We're talking about ducks. All right. I'm going to wrap up the stream here. Thank you guys so much for joining. It's been 4.5 hours. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I have. There's a goat train? Hey man, goats are very important. And they get tired when they travel long distances. Actually, you know who needs goats? I'll tell you which goats. No, I got it. The goat train for goats. Goat train. I'll tell you who needs a goat train. Tajikistan needs a goat train. Send your thoughts to the goats of Tajikistan. This is the last thing, and then I'm going to end the stream. Because right now, the goats in Tajikistan need your help. These are the goats of Tajikistan, by the way. Very cool thing. But unfortunately, due to climate change, they are starting to die out from pneumonia. So they need a goat train to get out of Tajikistan. Very handsome looking goat. Because just like for humans, climate change is making our diseases worse. COVID-19 would not have gotten as bad as it did if it wasn't for climate change. These goats and other Central Asian goats are also dying severely of diseases that are made worse because of climate change. Because diseases like warm, moist things, and as climate change happens, there's more warm moisture around. So that's it. We're gonna end on goats. Rubber ducks and goats. I'll talk to you guys later. I'll see you on TikTok. Thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. I really appreciate it, and I love you all. Have a great night.